PM closed session of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller, absent. Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kalajedovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. And we anticipate Councilmember Waller will be absent for the whole meeting as he's in a meeting up in Sacramento.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any blue folder items for the closed session?
None for closed session.
Okay. There's no one in the audience right now. Is there anybody online that would like to speak to public comments on non-agenda items and closed session items?
There are no e-comments and no attendees on Zoom.
Okay, could you read off what we'll be discussing in closed session, please?
Yes, as authorized by the government code as listed on the published agenda, the following items will be discussed in closed session. For items F1 and F2, they are under the title Conference with Real Property Negotiator. For item F1, the properties are portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot and Seaside Lagoon, portions of APN numbers 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903, portions of Harbor Drive, Pacific Avenue, Catalina Avenue, Torrance Boulevard, Nob Hill Avenue, Vista Del Mar, Camino de la Costa, Gertruda Avenue, Redondo Street, and Esplanade. And for item F2, the properties are portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot, portions of APN numbers 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903, portions of King Harbor Turn Basin and Hand Launch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. City Manager Witsansky, who will be speaking to these items in closed session.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Myself, City Attorney Joy Ford, Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park, and our Community Services Director Elizabeth House will be present for both F1 and F2.
Okay, short agenda. Could I get a motion to recess to closed session?
So moved. Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that was unanimous, 4-0. So we will be recessing the closed session. We'll come back on or about 6 o'clock to report out on any reportable actions and then to start the open session. Thank you very much. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller, absent. Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujevic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. City Manager Witsansky, anything to report from closed session?
No reportable action this evening, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to adjourn to our regular meeting?
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Councilmember Waller absent, and he will be absent all evening. He's in Sacramento. So I'm going to call to order the 6 p.m., a little late, open session, regular meeting of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller, absent. Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujevic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Do we have any members of the audience who are veterans or are current active duty military? If so, please stand to be recognized. Thank you for your service. Okay, now if we could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Kalujevic, would you mind leading us tonight?
Be happy to. Repeat after me. All right. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And please remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, thank you. You may be seated. Good job, Councilmember Kalujevic.
I'll lead it next time. No, it's fine.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands.
I know I said repeat after me.
There we go. All right.
I'll be the
Okay.
clerk next time.
We're going down to item D, presentations, proclamations, announcements, and AB 1, 2, 3, 4 travel expense reports. I do have a proclamation this evening. Excuse me, sir.
Sorry.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Tonight, we are proud to recognize National Public Works Week and honor the dedicated professionals who keep Redondo Beach operating smoothly, safely, and efficiently every single day. And in case you didn't notice on the way in, that was the Public Works vehicles that were parked around the circle. So I'd like to invite up Public Works Director Andy Wingy, Senior Mechanic Fernando Casimiro, and Senior Administrative Specialist Christine Gillette. So Public Works is often called the backbone of the city, and that's rightly so. From the roads we drive on, to the parks we enjoy, to the water systems, sewers, storm drains and facilities, and fleet vehicles that keep our city functioning, Public Works touches nearly every aspect of our daily life. Here in Redondo Beach, our Public Works Department is made up of 114 full-time and 3 part-time employees who work tirelessly behind the scenes to serve our residents, businesses, and visitors. The scale of what they maintain is truly impressive. This is the first time I'm seeing some of these numbers, so I'm actually blown away. 127 miles of roadways, 6.7 million square feet of sidewalks, more than 11,600 street signs, 35 miles of storm drains, 116 miles of sewer lines and 16 sewer pump stations, over 130 acres of parks and landscape green space, over 11,800 city-owned trees, 1 iconic pier, 3 parking structures, marina basins, seawalls, harbor docks, and vessel moorings, more than 250 city vehicles and 23 generators to keep us running when power goes out, and over 433,000 square feet of city building space. This tremendous work is supported through an operating budget of approximately $36 million per year and a capital budget of approximately $94 million, reflecting the city's investment in maintaining and improving our infrastructure for future generations. National Public Works Week is an opportunity to take a moment and recognize the individuals whose work often happens early in the morning, late at night, and behind the scene, but whose impact is visible everywhere throughout our community. So on behalf of the City Council and community of Redondo Beach, thank you to our Public Works Department for your professionalism, dedication, and commitment to public service. Thank you very much for all you do. We really appreciate it.
You want to say a few words? I wrote a speech. On behalf of the department, I'd like to thank the mayor and the council for this honor. I'm pleased to have Christine Gillette and Fernando Casimiro here to help me accept this proclamation. These are two of the faces you don't see much, but they serve a very important function in our department, each of them. Christine is a frontline public works customer service representative who are essential, yet often unsung, heroes of the department's ability to respond to things that need fixing. They are the first point of contact for residents for infrastructure issues, utility problems, service requests, often handling challenging, intense situations with grace, empathy, and professionalism. Christine represents our incredible frontline team, many of whom are also here, who manage calls, texts, and emails, interpret and diagnose concerns and complaints, and follow up to make sure our residents get the help they need. She's a great example of why the department enjoys a strong reputation for a quick and thorough response to resident and council concerns. Fernando represents our Public Works Fleet Maintenance team, who literally keep the city moving. Fleet Services supports over 250 vehicles for many of the city's departments. And while they work behind the scenes, their impact is seen on every road, street, and park in the community, from fire engines and dump trucks to police cruisers and backhoes. Fernando and his colleagues, some of whom are also here and whose work is right outside in the parking lot, keep essential administrative and maintenance vehicles safe, reliable, and ready to respond. Thank you, and thank you all to the Public Works employees who are here tonight for your hard work, dedication, and expertise in keeping our city moving forward.
Can we get them all to stand up?
Renee, will you take a picture for us? Yeah. There we go.
Agreeing with me right now. There we go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, on to announcements and AB 1234 travel expense reports. I'll go first. I did attend the Fire Service Day this past Saturday. It was a great event. It was great to see the community out there. Loved seeing the kids participating, putting on some of the jackets and the equipment, and actually operating the smaller fire hose with the help of our first responders. So that was great. Thank you for doing that. I attended the Southern California Association of Governments General Assembly on Thursday last week. There was no cost associated with attending that for elected officials and representatives of cities. I attended the ribbon cutting for the North Redondo Farmers Market. That was a great event. It was great to see how lively that was. And even as I went through, which wasn't too late in the afternoon, some of the booths were sold out on a lot of their goods. So it's great to see that happening. Appreciate the residents who have set that up, and hope to see a lot of success out of that. It seemed well received by that community. On May 20th, I will be doing a State of the City for the residents. It will be from 5 to 7 p.m. at the library next door in the conference rooms upstairs. It will be State of the City, but it will be more of a town hall format, so people can ask questions. We can have some going back and forth. So it's a little less restrictive than the one we do with the chamber, and it's free to the public. Thank you. So Councilmember Kalajerovich, anything you'd like to announce?
Yeah, actually, in honor, well, I guess in another recognition for our Public Works team, I want to have a huge shout out to Mr. Klein and the entire Public Works team, our IT director, Mr. Cook, and the entire staff who stepped up within a couple hours and turned our library and City Hall into an AP testing site, literally with no notice. And I know that this is really stressful for students in normal circumstances, but with, again, outstanding team we have, and thank you so much for making it happen. Also, I attended the internet safety event put on by our Redondo Beach PTA Council in collaboration with our Redondo Beach Police Department. We had 2 detectives that were educating parents and children ages 10 and older about internet safety, some risks, and ways to be safer. I found it incredibly helpful. And then I want to remind everyone I'll be having a community meeting tomorrow night at 6 p.m. at Fulton Playfield, and we'll be going over the infiltration project at that location. That will be starting later this summer. And we are also, Councilman Barrett and I are hosting a community event at Jefferson Elementary School on May 20th at 6:30 p.m. I'm sorry we didn't coordinate that better. To discuss the citywide crossing guard program. This will be at the cafeteria at Jefferson Elementary School. That is it. Thank you.
Another pillar of public safety?
It's community safety.
Community
Yep.
safety,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Councilmember Castle.
I also attended the Fire Service Day at Station 1 over the weekend, which was a great day and great to see the community come out and learn more about the fire department and the services that they provide for us. And also I attended the North Redondo Beach Farmers Market ribbon cutting last Wednesday, and it was great to see everyone out there. And, you know, the momentum is strong and they have some great plans for the future of the market. In District 2, I attended there are 2 ribbon cuttings, one for a new business called Gray's Craze here in the King Plaza, just down the street on PCH. And then also the opening of the Glass House event space for the South Bay Artist Studio on Francisca and Catalina. So great things going on in District 2 in addition to the whole city. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
All right. Thanks to Public Works for bringing out that big, beautiful blue truck that was just here. If y'all don't know, that's the truck that clears out clogs in the sewer drains. And an important lesson to know is not to pour oil or fats down the drain in your kitchen. Please throw those in the trash can, because come wintertime when it gets cooler, the oils and fats harden up and they clog the drains. And that's right around Thanksgiving when everybody's at your house going to the bathroom and so on and so forth. You don't want a sewage backup. You don't want to see that big blue truck outside your house, because that means there's a big, big poopy problem.
TMI.
All right. Thanks for their service around the clock in Redondo Beach. I also want to thank IT Director Mike Cook, because I reported a no internet service at the pier when I'd go on my walks, and the screen wasn't popping up to allow me to connect. They troubleshooted it and they corrected that, and now it works seamlessly. So thanks for that. That's it. I'll let Councilmember Barrett announce our next joint community meeting, Pillar of Public Safety, Part 4.
5, 6. Go ahead, Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, that's exactly right. We are going to have Part 4 of the Pillars of Public Safety event at the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center. Yeah, Wednesday, June 3rd, 6 p.m. with our 4th and final guest. We are closing the books after this one. And that person will be Los Angeles District Attorney Nathan Hochman. Yes, who's going to be visiting us right here in Redondo Beach, speaking about issues of crime and violence throughout the county, what efforts he and his staff are making to address that, how the DA's office works hand in glove with our city attorney's office and public safety personnel to do what they can to ensure that we are safe and secure to the best of their ability right here in our city. Questions and answers. Actually, I think we're going to hear firsthand experiences from the front lines and so much more. Refreshments will be served, so hope to see you there.
And if you didn't get your tickets to the sold out Dine Around the Riviera, then this is a great opportunity to get an education instead of a meal.
Okay, thank you. So now going down to item E on the agenda, approving the order of the agenda. Does any member of the council wish to move any of the agenda items forward or adjust the order?
No, thank you.
Okay, seeing none, I will ask for a motion to approve the order of agenda as published.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Okay, anybody opposed? Motion carries unanimously 4-0 with one absent. Okay, we have no agency recess tonight. So jumping down to item G, blue folder items. Do we have any blue folder items this evening?
Yes, Mayor. We have H10, authorize the mayor to sign a letter to the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors to oppose a board motion. We have a letter to oppose unless amended May 19, 2026, motion by Supervisor Horvath entitled A More Accountable Homelessness Governance Structure for the Los Angeles County. J1, public participation on non-agenda items, public communication, and 1, discussion and possible action regarding the Culture Arts Commission recommendation to include an LGBTQ-themed art sculpture in the Artesia Boulevard's strategic art plan, public communications, and 2, regarding the draft resolution reaffirming the importance of local control of Redondo Beach waterfront and coastal resources in response to the National Park service request for the city input as part of the Los Angeles Coastal Special Resource Study, proposed modification from Councilmember Barrett. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to receive and file the blue folder items?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Okay, going down to item H, we have 10 items on the consent calendar. Does any member of the council wish to pull any of the items? No. Councilmember Barrett? No? Okay, so with that, I'll take a motion
Motion
to approve the consent calendar its entirety.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Before we vote, does any member of the public wish to speak on any of the items H1 to H10 on the agenda? Okay, it looks like no one in the audience. Anyone online?
Yes, I have Nancy Skiba.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Good evening. I just had a question regarding H10, regarding the letter to the supervisors. I just wonder if you could explain to us why you would be opposing this governance structure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Mayor, if I might address.
That's it. Sorry, excuse me. No comments and no more.
Okay. You want to speak to
Yeah,
H10?
in regards to H10, this letter is addressing the motion written by Supervisor Horvath. We had discussed this, and while the intention seems to be addressing the JPA that is with LASA and the City of Los Angeles, it seems to take that opportunity to go much further, and it doesn't have a clear understanding of the system as to who is doing what in the system. There is what is called a responsive regional plan that is mostly an inventory, not a plan, of the programs in the entire system, but it is incomplete. And so while this motion is attempting to address a regional plan without that information, I think they're ahead of the, they're jumping ahead. And then furthermore, it's more of a top-down approach as opposed to regional. And we've had significant gains in Redondo Beach when it comes to homelessness. And so without that clear understanding of who's doing what in the system, and further removing cities from the conversation about how to approach homelessness in a collaborative way, we have collaborated on this letter to advocate for changes to the motion so that cities can be represented, maintain flexibility with the spending that we do get, and to advocate that they complete the regional plan inventory before they make any other decisions.
Okay, thank you. Any other members of the council wish to speak? Oh, Councilmember Obachi.
Sure. So I agree with what Councilmember Kalajevic said. We also discussed this at the COG. And the impression that I got from what was articulated there is that this was taking some, potentially taking, the motion was going to affect taking some of the homeless money that's intended for Redondo Beach and for the South Bay COG and retaining it with the county, especially for administration, which goes against what we've been learning from our functional zero homelessness and has been advocated, which is if every city did what Redondo Beach does to navigate to its homeless, get them resources, get them the IDs that they need and the help and the temporary housing, then the permanent housing, then we could really make a dent in homelessness. But as we move funds and resources to the county and deprive us local agencies from being able to retain the housing navigators and the resources, the people that we have working here, because everybody then wants to go work for the county because they're paying the big bucks, then we're losing the gains that we've just made for the last couple of years, and we're disempowering the local agencies to do the good work that we've done. And what has historically been articulated is if everybody does what Redondo Beach does, we can make a big dent in homelessness. But now if we're going to go back to the centralized theme that has failed with LAHSA, why do we think that all of a sudden the county is going to do something differently or better than the LA City counterpart did? So that's all. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I will call the vote then. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, items H1 through H10 are all approved unanimously with the absence of Councilmember Waller. Is there anything you need to read out of that?
H4, adopt by four-fifths vote and by title only resolution number CC-2605-028, a resolution City Council City Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a 2025-2026 fiscal year budget modification, appropriating $25,000 in grant funds from the California Department of Parks and Recreation Division of Boating and Waterways to the city's waterfront and economic development department budget for the disposal of abandoned or surrendered vessels in King Harbor. H6, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2605-029, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the suspension of preferential parking hours in the Vincent and Vincent II preferential parking districts for limited hours on June 11th and June 12th, 2026 for the Redondo Beach Unified School District's middle school commencement and high school graduation ceremonies. We have H8, adopt by four-fifths vote and title only, resolution number CC-2605-030, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a 2025-2026 fiscal year budget modification and appropriating $60,000 in grant funds from the California Energy Commission to the Intergovernmental Grants Fund. H9, adopt by title only, ordinance number 3311-26, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 10, Planning and Zoning, Chapter 2, Zoning and Land Use of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code to implement amendments to the city's certified sixth cycle 2021-2029 housing element that replaced the affordable housing overlay districts on the city's identified housing sites with high-intensity residential 65 DU/AC and mixed-use zoning district 65 to 80 DU/AC for second reading. Adopt by title only, ordinance number 3312-26, an ordinance of the City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 10, Planning and Zoning, Chapter 1, subdivisions of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code to implement amendments to the city's certified sixth cycle 2021-2029 housing element that replaced the affordable housing overlay districts on the city's identified housing sites with high-density residential 65 DU/AC and mixed-use zoning district 65 to 80 DU/AC for second reading. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a mouthful. Now we're going down to item J, public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to afford members of the public with an opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on tonight's agenda for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes, and each speaker may only speak once. Anyone speaking should be addressing the city council and myself. And we will take written requests first, which we do have. Let's see, the first is Pam Asher. And then after that, William Navarez, and that's the last written request I have.
Everyone should know me by now. I'm not going to, Bill, come on up. I'm not going to look at you because I don't want to look at the timer. I was here in December about construction issues. I know, Councilman Barrett, I appreciated your facial expressions about what has been going on since 2022. The issue I have this week is the neighbor on my other side is in the process of putting an air conditioning unit in the side setback. The other issue hasn't been resolved. We have now retained counsel because since December, Mark Weiner came out to our home, promised to take care of something. Nothing has been done, nothing in 5 months. So we have retained an attorney to address the construction issues that took place at 1019. This week at 1011, they are installing an air conditioning unit. There are 4 550 square foot bungalows on Avenue B. They have all been
40-foot lots.
Yeah, on 40-foot lots. They have all been remodeled, not torn down. So we all have our original little houses. The air conditioner on my right side or the east side is in line with my living room window, my stairwell window, my bedroom windows. The new one is in line with my kitchen window. These are directly across. I am 40 feet away. Quickly, there was a new code in place in April of 2023 that states that no unit can be put into a side setback. It shall not emit sound at a level greater than 55 decibels or have a manufacturer rating exceeding 55 decibels. The unit that's being installed is 62 decibels. Peter Tucker was out there yesterday, and the guys were joking around, as I witnessed since 2021 at 1019. Mr. Tucker is 79 years old, was the mayor of Hermosa Beach. He has no business butting up with everyone and ignoring a resident. I've been here since 1988. In this home, I grew up here, as I've told you all before. My husband is going to now explain what goes on with these units. He can use my time and continue on. Go ahead.
No, that's not the way it works. You'll get 3 minutes.
Go ahead.
Okay. Where we live, we get noise from Prospect.
Excuse me, you just need to be in front of the microphone.
Oh.
Thank you.
We get noise from Prospect. It reverberates. We have stucco construction. We have block walls. We have retaining walls. But in any event, when you put air conditioning into those units, it generates sound pressure. It generates noise. My wife suffers from anxiety. We've had our neighbors tell us, well, if it bothers you, close your windows. Well, let's get real. We've been there since 1988. We've only had air conditioning units in the last 3 to 4 years, okay? We have the right to quiet enjoyment of our home. An implied covenant in property law, which includes excessive noise. We're peaceful people. We don't like to do litigation. The city has kind of driven us in this direction. We've asked for support. My wife's been patient. She's been emailing, phone calling. Occasionally someone comes out, makes an inquiry. We've had code enforcement. In all our time, we just have not reached satisfaction. We're not getting the support from our city.
Go ahead, the permit report I obtained through public records.
Okay. The unit on the east side of our property received a permit just before the sale of the property. Originally, the air conditioning unit said pre-existing on the plans. That was a lie. That was not true. The sellers told us not to say anything to prospective buyers or to realtors, threatening us with litigation, saying that if we interfered with the sale of their property by disclosing noise problems. We have a number of concerns with the property: water runoff, a window that faces our bedroom that used to be glass blocks. Now it's just transparent glass.
Real quick, just say we obtained a permit report. There's been 15 air
Ma'am,
conditionings.
you already spoke.
Okay, 15
All right.
air conditionings.
Yeah, we did some research. There's only been 15 permits issued for air conditioning
Only one on the side.
in the city. On one occasion, a non-permitted unit had to be removed, which is, pretty profound. But we still want enjoyment of our property. We've asked for help from the city. We are dissatisfied. And do you have a question?
When you're done,
Well, go ahead.
have you contacted code enforcement or quality of life unit?
Yes,
We have.
he's been involved.
All right. We'll
The city says they don't have sound equipment to measure noise. The inspector doesn't have sound equipment.
Time.
The units are 65
Okay,
decibels.
your time is up. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's the last written, looks like we have one more written request. Okay, I can't read this.
Wayne
Is this
Craig.
you, Wayne? You gotta write more legibly, Wayne.
I'm a realtor, I do everything electronically now. My signature looks like a seismograph, or earthquake thing. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Wayne Craig, resident of District 1. Residents should view the recent Pearl Street mixed-use housing controversy in South Redondo as a serious wake-up call. The lesson is simple. Elected officials should not assume they understand a project's financial realities better than developers themselves, and they also should not simply accept every claim developers make about without any kind of scrutiny. In this case, the developer reportedly stated that adding another subterranean parking level would make the project financially infeasible. That mattered to residents because it eliminated approximately 40 public parking spaces while increasing impacts on surrounding neighborhoods. Now, the Planning Commission recognized these concerns and questioned the project, especially after the developer declined to conduct even a basic parking study that would have confirmed the obvious parking shortage. There are also other serious public safety concerns related to the project's location next to a fire station and the impact on emergency vehicles access at what will become a very crowded intersection at Pearl and PCH. These concerns were among the primary reasons the Planning Commission rejected the project. Unfortunately, when it came to the City Council, they were more focused on having to deal with the threat of litigation, so it wasn't able to address the impacts to the neighborhood or the quality of life to neighbors there. Now, after approval has been granted and entitlements done, the project is reportedly being sold on the market for approximately $14 million, far, far above its previous value before entitlements were granted. That reinforces what many residents suspected from the beginning. This project was never truly about providing affordable housing. It was about maximizing land use and profit. Residents should also pay close attention to another proposed project by the very same developer on the corner of 190th Street and Inglewood Avenue. Unlike Pearl Street, this project will be 79 units and will bypass the Planning Commission review entirely because of state housing laws that continue to erode local control. It's recommended that the city should proactively explore every legal option before this project goes through final approval through the Planning Commission. Now, the broader issue extends far beyond just one project. If local governments continue surrendering authority to Sacramento mandates, cities like Redondo Beach may increasingly see large-scale developments that are 4 to 5 stories high with inadequate parking, worsening congestion, and permanent impacts on neighborhood character and the quality of life. Affordable housing should benefit working families, not simply create opportunities for developers and speculators to obtain entitlements, inflate property values, and walk away without building anything at all. That's why anyone watching us tonight, look at our neighborhood voices. It's the only way we're going to probably take back control for our cities. Thank you.
Thank you. So as you said, this is beyond the control of the city. We have state mandates. It's not necessarily what we'd approve otherwise, but we did get letters from both the state, HCD, Housing and Community Development, and from the Coastal Commission. Coastal Commission said in particular, they did not uphold the parking requirements for the residential component. And we all know that the developer came in and did remedy the parking shortages with the commercial development. So we did what we could, and until people vote for the right people in Sacramento or support our neighborhood voices, which is trying to do a statewide initiative, this is the future. We have state mandates and they're growing every year. So thank you. Let's see, any other member of the public wish to address the council? Just come on up. You don't have to raise your hand.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. Really honored actually to be here on a night when Public Works was honored. It looks like they've all left, but I can tell you that my business has had to rely on a strong collaboration with Public Works for years. And without that working, together seamlessly, I don't know what we would do. They've definitely been there for us when we've needed them. So
Jeff, for the record, can you tell us your name?
Jeff Jones, Quality Seafood. So I am here as I am Jeff Jones, the president of the King Harbor Business Association, and also here as a representative of Quality Seafood, one of your largest and longest term tenants on the waterfront. And for years, Quality Seafood had been involved with the King Harbor Association, but felt that it had lost its way to a certain extent and not leading, the businesses in a way that was progressive. And so last year I decided that the best way to make change was to be change. So I ran for and became president of that association. And over the last year, we've certainly set out with some goals for beautification and to make the waterfront a more desirable place for businesses to thrive and to develop a more cohesive voice. And I think that over the past year, we have been successful in that. We've staged some really great events down on the waterfront. We've been working on our beautification projects and safety projects, as well as bringing in a whole bunch of new members into the association. So recently, we amended the bylaws of the King Harbor Association, and in part of that, it expands the area of the King Harbor Association that it encompasses and brings in more voices and more people. And with that, we certainly intend to bring to council, hopefully, a more focused perspective. I think sometimes the council has had to make difficult decisions as they relate to the waterfront and decisions on what the waterfront should be, looking at the lagoon and the boat ramp and other things. And I think sometimes we have been absent a clear voice from the businesses that are impacted by those decisions. So tonight is essentially the first of many times you will actually see representatives of the King Harbor Association coming to speak to you on a monthly basis to give you updates on what we're doing, what our progress is, to provide feedback and collaboration and work with you. So I just wanted to say hello, and you will now see the King Harbor Association on a regular basis. Thank you for your time.
Go ahead.
Point of clarification, Jeff, something about something you said. About a week or two ago, we approved an $11 million plan for the Seaside Lagoon. Do you feel like the King Harbor Association was left out of that, or do you feel like your voice, your community's voice, was captured in that plan?
Well, thank you for asking, Mr. Abaji. Yeah, speaking on behalf of the King Harbor Association, we don't feel that our perspective was relayed to the council.
Okay, I'll follow up with you on that. Thank you.
We intend to do better in making that a collaborative affair between us and the council.
All right, thank you.
Any chances you expand of folding in the pier?
that would, we intend to, we will make that opportunity available to everybody on the pier. That is part of the map that we drew for our area, yes.
It'd be great to hear one voice for the
Yes,
whole.
so we agree.
And to integrate activities between the two.
We fully agree. We've case in point would be the day of the pier concert for the holiday pier concert, and the holiday boat parade. Now, the holiday pier concert is currently a pier association event, and the holiday boat parade was the King Harbor Yacht Club that the King Harbor Association joined with, but we would love for this to be one big group down there, putting together great, powerful events. So thank you.
Appreciate it. And great job on the boat parade, so thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on any non-agenda items?
Georgette Gantner, District 2. Just a quick note and to talk about my cultural viewpoint. The LA County Art Museum, as you probably know, has expanded. It could go as high as $800 million as far as the price tag, but for the last 6 years, they've been expanding, building. They basically completely changed their footprint because it was a 60s model, and now it's brought into the future. Controversial, but the curator, Michael Govan, his justification for that was that we are here to house art, and we are here to attract the best art in the country, and in that way, we will make more money for the city. And in fact, they projected that it's actually the David Geffen Galleries, and they said the building project would generate more than $1.2 billion and in economic activity and result in $698 million in value added for the county. So what I'm getting to in a long about way is, I know it's not possible now, but again, I'm still advocating and hoping that at some point the AES plant might be a place for art. It might be a satellite location, maybe for LACMA, the Geffen, the Broad, Hammer, whatever. We might be able to make that might be feasible for them. I mean, who wouldn't want this South Bay presence with the view that it has? It's incredible. So that is a possibility. So once again, I just kind of connected with some people from Hermosa that are also seeing that vision. So it's a ways off, but I think it's possible at some point. Why not think positive? And I'd just like to bring that to you. And when you get a chance, please visit. The footprint is, well, I won't even show you. The footprint is insane. I mean, the whole thing is, it's mind-boggling. But, so, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on any non-agenda item? Okay, no one in the audience, anyone online?
I have no e-comments and no hands raised for this.
And what?
No hands raised and no e-comments.
Okay. So we'll close the public participation on non-agenda items. We do have a public hearing, so we will go to item K, ex parte communications. On item L1, I had brief conversations with multiple of the council and the city manager. Council member Kessel.
I had conversations with the city manager.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Just staff for L1.
Councilmember Obaji. Councilmember Barrett.
I had communications with the mayor and city staff.
Okay. With that, we'll go to item L1. This is a continued public hearing to solicit feedback on the public services grant recommendations and adopt our community development block grant fiscal year 26-27 annual action plan.
Motion to reconvene the public hearing.
Okay, we've got a motion to reconvene the public hearing.
Second.
And a second, all for?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously 4-0 with Councilmember Waller absent. With that, I'll turn the floor over to Elizabeth House, our Community Services Director.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. With me tonight, I do have Kelly Orta. She is our Deputy Director over Community Services, and she manages our CDBG program. So I'll go ahead and introduce the item, but she'll go ahead and walk you through what we're doing tonight. So as you know, we are a recipient of the Community Development Block Grant Fund, CDBG for short. And because we're recipients of those funds, we need to memorialize what we'll do with those funds, and that is in the form of the annual action plan. So with that, I'll go ahead and hand it over to Kelly, and she'll walk you through the funds we've received, as well as the programming it'll be going towards.
Okay, good evening. So I'll just briefly go through this presentation. As you remember, this is the second series of public hearings on this item. So a lot of the information is exactly the same. We did update the numbers, and I'll go into that in just a moment. But we did receive our final allocation from HUD since our last meeting. And so now we are at $296,580. That is a slight increase from what we had received from HUD in their pre-estimation. And so we did recalculate our allocation figures. And so I will jump forward. This is just a visual history of our CDBG funding. You can see we actually increased by just over $1,000 between last year, or excuse me, this current fiscal year, and then looking ahead to the upcoming fiscal year. So still in line, which means we do remain in good standing with HUD. And so that's a really great thing. Some cities are not seeing that type of a forecast of funding. So we're happy to be in that spot. So for the proposed budget, so the breakdown here is just over about 50% would go to public facilities. This typically is our ADA curb ramp projects that our Public Works Department oversees. 40,000 would go towards our MAER program, which is our home repair for private homeowners. We do have small kind of grants that fit within that 40,000 that we do provide to multiple households. And then 44,487 would go to our public service agencies. Those are Harbor Interface, our different project needs programs, and we'll get into a little more detail there. And then 59,316 would be for administration and then fair housing. So these are public service agencies. I won't go through each of these, but we did proportionally reallocate the funding here based on what our pre-estimate figures were. And so this is what we're proposing, the breakdown of funds for each organization.
So these are the same as presented last time, just updated based on the new
correct
value?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then just to reiterate, we do also remain within the timeline for HUD. We do have to submit our annual action plan by May 15th. And so we're hoping for approval this evening, and then we will immediately submit to HUD. So we'll be within the required timeline for submittal. And so the recommendation is to open the public hearing and take testimony, then close the public hearing, let us know if you have any modifications to the public service grant recommendations, and then hopefully adopt the 2026-27 annual action plan. And so I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. I mean, we've already heard this. Does any member of the council have a question for staff on this one? Okay, I'm going to open it up to public comment at this time. Do we have any written comments? Okay, does any member of the audience wish to address the council on item L1? Anyone online?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries 4-0. The public hearing is now closed. Could I get an a motion to adopt the 2026-27 annual action plan?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries 4-0 with Councilmember Waller absent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going down to items for discussion prior to action. The first one is N1. This is about the arts recommendation, the Cultural Arts Commission recommendation for an LGBTQ themed art sculpture at Artesia Boulevard at the North Branch Library. So I guess that's you again.
Yes, it is. So again, good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'll take the lead on this presentation tonight, but Kelly Orta has been helping Jack Meyer with leading our Artesia Strategic Plan project forward. So she's here to answer any questions you may have about Artesia project itself. But in terms of tonight, we are presenting to you for consideration and further detail and direction the Cultural Arts Commission's recommendation to include an LGBTQ-themed art sculpture specifically at the North Branch Library is the location they recommended. And this would be part of the Artesia Boulevard Strategic Art Plan. And I just want to provide a brief background before we move forward. So as you know, we presented the Artesia Art Strat Plan to you in December of 2025, not 2026. I apologize for that. You reviewed the Artesia Boulevard Strat Plan. You provided direction on the strat plan. You selected some modalities, some types of art. You discussed locations that you would like to see the art installed at. You spoke to our consultant. And so you provided us some very clear direction on where you wanted to see the Artesia project going. And then you also considered the Cultural Arts Commission's recommendation to, as part of the Artesia project, include an LGBTQ-themed sculpture. The location that they chose and recommended was at the North Branch Library. They found a little location outside the front area. And so they wanted council to consider including that as part of the Artesia project and to allocate funding for it. At the December meeting, the council did decide to go ahead and include it along with appropriate funding to help support the sculpture itself as well as the consultant's time. But as part of the motion, you said we'll also do some additional public outreach specific to the sculpture itself. And that's where the motion landed. So as part of the public outreach, our first step was to do a community survey. We worked on it and launched it on March 16th. Unfortunately, within 3 days, we noticed that there was some very unusual activity in the survey itself. There were a lot of repetitive answers to the survey within short bursts of time. So we think it was taken over by bots and automatic replies. So within 3 days, we received over 400 responses. We usually don't even get that many responses for 3-4 week long surveys sometimes. And we noticed the frequency and type of response we're getting was just not normal. So we shut it down. We worked with IT to identify a better survey platform as well. So if we decide to move forward with a survey, we know how to move forward with it without risking the same thing happening again. Once we launched the survey too, though, we started receiving some feedback from community members, council members, just questions about, what is this outreach? What is it for? It's essentially the community wanted more detail about what it is we were trying to accomplish. So that's why we're here tonight. We just wanted some additional direction from you on these items. So to start with, does the council wish to proceed with the commission's recommendation to include an LGBTQ themed artwork as part of the Artesia Boulevard art project? The next one would be, is there any additional detail or direction you want to provide us on the specific type of artwork or the location, modalities, things that perhaps we didn't capture in that first motion? And then last, if you want us to do community feedback, what does that look like or mean to you? And perhaps time frame as well. How quickly do you want us to move forward with this? So with that, I'll go ahead and hand it back to the mayor. And we'll just go ahead and receive your questions and comments.
Okay, thank you.
And if I could, Mayor, just one point of note. A few of you have asked me offline, hey, what can we glean from the survey that was ultimately shut down due to repeat users and likely bots? So we did circulate that to Mike Cook, our IT director, to see if we could cull some of the, call it repetitive responses out of the data. What I would tell you is it's not, the data that we could glean isn't overwhelmingly compelling, but I will share with, to the best of our ability, what we could scrub. We had initially a little under 500 responses. As Elizabeth mentioned, we think at least 160 of those or more were likely invalid due to repetition or other. The primary question that I think that would provide any sense of feelings on this was the question associated with how supportive are you on effectively a scale of 1 to 5 of the proposed project. Roughly 50, a little over 50% of the remaining respondents here had offered a 1 for that level of support. A little under 40% offered a 5. And then roughly 5% a 4 and 4% a 3, leaving just a couple of percent at 2. So overall, you could perhaps glean that more people opposed the project than supported it, at least on this particular survey. But again, as Elizabeth noted, not overwhelming data, not super compelling given the some of the inaccuracies of the respondents and the duplications. So a couple of you had asked me to do what we could to give you some info. that was the best we could glean given the nature of the survey.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for doing the homework on that. Before I open this up for discussion, I know this can be a heated topic on both sides of the debate here, so I would ask that people respect the public decorum. If you support someone and you feel strongly, do this. If you don't like what they're saying, do a thumbs down so we don't get disruptions to the meeting. With that, I'll open it up to the council first. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. To kind of recap a little bit further, thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Kelly. Going back to December 16th, 2025, the city's council's motion, seconded by me and really approved by all, was for an inclusive art installation at the North Branch Library. Not an exclusively LGBTQ statute or exclusively anyone else statute. Rather, an artwork that serves as a tribute to the inclusive nature of our entire community as a whole and recognizes the many diverse individuals and groups of which our community is and has historically been comprised, including but not exclusively LGBTQ+. And that motion also made clear that before we do anything, we'd obtain resident feedback through community outreach and input, and that made sense because we're doing this, after all, this Artesia project for the residents, for the entire community. And the resident feedback I've received throughout the city, ongoing exclusively for any group at the North Branch Library in particular, unfortunately has been overwhelmingly no. For a variety of reasons. And I've also received similar feedback even from members of the LGBTQ community. It's not homogenous, no community is, and different people have different views and should be respected. Have some of the online comments and responses been inappropriate and misguided? Absolutely. And some have been outright offensive, Mayor. Has some of the vitriol that's been directed at individuals, including members of the city council, been completely out of line and misguided? Yes. But that's not reflective of who we are as a city or a community at large. And nobody should take away that from what we've heard. With respect to the poll that staff conducted, my understanding and what we've heard a little bit about was it was overwhelmingly not in favor of an exclusively LGBTQ+ statute. And I've been told, and we've heard there were some irregularities in the survey, and we've asked for that data, and we received a little bit of that just now. So we don't know all the details. Big picture, although I may personally be in favor of an exclusively LGBTQ+ statute at the North Branch Library, that may be what I want to see. I don't feel comfortable overriding and ignoring the sentiments of our residents, especially after we ask them, what do you think about it? And I would say also a reason why I'm very uncomfortable about doing that is because this particular art installation, as was pointed out by our staff, would be part of a larger, non-controversial Artesia artwork project for everybody along Artesia Boulevard. And so that's important. So, what's the solution? What do we do? It seems like we have two realistic potential options. Option one would be, let's press pause on this proposal, this potential component of the Artesia art project concerning what to or what not to do at the North Branch Library. And instead, City Manager, let's execute and implement the Artesia project elements that we've all unanimously agreed to, that we went over in detail, and that we've approved. See what that looks like across the boulevard, and then revisit what, if anything, to do at the North Branch Library. Take a holistic approach and revisit this matter at that time. And I'm completely in favor of that. And I think we'll be in a better position to understand and speak to residents once we see what the rest of these art projects look like. Will that result in some delay in moving forward immediately at the North Branch Library? It will, but under these circumstances, could be a prudent option. Option 2 would be, at least in my judgment, proposed to the community as originally directed by the City Council. An inclusive artwork at the North Branch Library that recognizes and honors many of the diverse elements of our community, and not exclusively one group or identity, which I believe could then generate broad and durable, long-lasting support among our residents. And in connection with that, do a proper community outreach and a proper poll on what type of inclusive artwork residents would like to see, and have a poll where people can give valuable input and one that won't be corruptible. And then we'll go from there. Lastly, if I may, Mayor?
Yes.
Regardless of how we move forward tonight, I think it's clear that this city, Redondo Beach, is by far one of the most LGBTQ plus friendly and supportive communities in the entire South Bay. I mean that. We raise the pride flag every year. I see a number of our friends here tonight. I see Matthew and a number of other folks that we know and we work with and appreciate and stand shoulder to shoulder with. And we're proud of that. And we're going to do it again in this coming month. I hope we're going to do it and raise it and get out there and do it again. So let that not be forgotten. We're supportive of all communities, including LGBTQ plus, and that's all. So that's what I have to propose. Would love to hear from the other members of council and yourself.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Barrett. Councilmember Abaji.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Barrett. Very heartfelt, genuine, and true to Redondo Beach and the like. I appreciate it. So I was the one who put my screen on the screen with the motion, and it said inclusive. But that was an inclusive, we were funding a project that the Cultural Arts Commission had sent to us or recommended to us, which was for an LGBTQ installation plus installation. And I wanted to be inclusive, and what I meant by that, of course, that's an ambiguous word. Different people could interpret it differently. What I meant by that, subjectively, maybe not objectively, was it should be family friendly. Anybody should be able to look at it and feel like, hey, this represents, I have a place in this artwork. This is inclusive. It's not going to be offensive for a parent with a kid. But that wasn't to say it's not an LGBTQ plus sculpture or art installation. So I hope now that I look back at the video, I realize how I might have left that ambiguity. As far as the public outreach that I intended, I thought I was clear, but maybe I wasn't in the motion, that what I hoped for, what I learned from the lesson of the skate park at Perry Park was you don't spend hundreds of thousands of dollars building concrete structures only to have to remove them because they're in the wrong place or people don't love them, which is what happened very early in my first term, and I never want to occur again. So when we're going to spend $500,000 on art in North Redondo Beach to finally bring art to North Redondo Beach, what I don't want to occur is let's put this monument in for $100,000 and people absolutely hate it. So what my goal is, and what clarity we hopefully provide you today, and I appreciate this opportunity from staff, is that council will say, hey, please go get proposals on all these projects and narrow them down. And when we're down to one or two that we really like, we'll present them to the community for their feedback before we go and actually buy or commission the art for hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I hope that that's what council was thinking too, as far as the feedback. Now, I also did my own poll, and I do put a lot of faith in my polls because they are sent to just the registered voters who are on my list, generally North Redondo folks. And when it came to cannabis, my poll of my district's feelings on cannabis was entirely consistent with the results provided to us by our consultants, who we paid $30,000 to come up with more or less the same numbers as it concerned my district. And also, to be candid, my district is different than many other districts in Redondo Beach. It's got younger families who moved here for the school district, who live on 2 and 3 lots, and so on and so forth. So I get that we may have a different, maybe even a more progressive perspective than others. But that's who I represent, is first and foremost is my district, and then Redondo Beach at whole. So if we could share my screen for a second. D2B. So this email was sent back on March 25th to 8,873 folks. 67% opened it. And following that, here was the question that was asked. Do you support an art installation that recognizes the LGBTQ plus community? Yes. 189 responses, constituting 58% of the respondents. By the way, I'll note, you think this number 328 is small. It's actually pretty significant relative to the other polls I've issued in my email blast. And also, what I should indicate about the email blast is these emails are just going to the people. I'm not posting them on social media, and so they're not being shared from one group to the other and to other groups that may not actually represent the community. And you can only click once. Once you click once, you can't vote on the poll again. The next question. What type of LGBTQ plus art installation would you support, if any? Rainbow, sea life, beachy art, statue of people, flag-like installation. I do not support any LGBTQ honoring art at all. So again, 56, 58% feedback for rainbow, sea life, beachy art. Now, the reason I chose that is because I'd first gotten, when I looked online for this type of art, I'd gotten an image of what they put in Palm Springs. And I put that out, and people said, well, that's not Redondo Beach. Can't you do something a little more beachy, like, dolphins, whales, etc.? So I said, sure, and I asked AI to generate some images for me. And this was actually, by the way, the contents of the email that I sent out to to my community members. Now, look, not to say I'm not an artist. Grok isn't an artist. We'd be presumably soliciting feedback from artists, real artists in the world, to give us some feedback. And then I asked again, this is actually pretty cool. But I asked it to put our logo, AI to put our logo into the progressive flag. And in my Brown acting with Councilmember Kalajerovich, I said, what if it's a LGBTQ plus, but also has some elements for other groups? And she was pretty insistent, I don't want to speak for her, that this should really be just for the LGBTQ plus community. I said, well, what about using the progressive flag? Because it's got so many colors in it that there's pretty much something in there for everybody of every color. And so I think we kind of settled on that could be a good theme to include in our RFP when we solicit artists to do some artwork. But I want to ask to the community who support this type of art is, does the progressive flag have staying power? This is going to be I've seen that the flag representing the community has evolved over time. And so this is going to be an art piece that should last for hopefully at least 10 years, if not longer. And so is that something that we can get behind for the long term? And so back to the questions that were on the screen, please, if we could.
Oops, sorry. One more. There we go.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. So does the council wish to proceed with the Cultural Arts Commission's recommendation? I would say yes. If so, what specific type of artwork topics and or elements would council like the scope of the project to address? You know, anything, sculptures, mural, tile installations, you know, whatever, location, size, and scale. I mean, what's in the budget, right, that we allocated? What do you allocate, $35,000 for this?
Which was above the ask from the Cultural Arts Commission.
Above the ask because we're incorporating the fee for
Right.
LeBasse Consultants, right? And lastly, does the city council want staff to seek any follow-up community feedback regarding the project? I would say before before council settles and signs a contract with an artist, that we go out to the community, maybe with one or two options, and get their feedback as to how they rate these two projects. That's my opinion. I'll pass it on to the remaining council members.
Okay, Councilmember Kolodziejewicz.
Thank you, Mayor. So I kind of want to bring us back to how this started was our discussions with the pride flag. There was a motion about raising the pride flag. In addition to that, there was direction to do a permanent installation recognizing the LGBTQ community. And that's how that referral ended up at the Arts Commission. So there is intention and direction from this council about recognizing that community. And Councilman Obaji did allude to my comments about this, but while they may be a small part of our community, they do make up a piece of the 100% of us. And, you know, we are not whole without them. It is important that we recognize everyone in our community in an intentional and meaningful way. And this location was identified as that. The Artesia Bar is a space of history for the community, for the entire South Bay. And I think that holds value. I think we should recognize all of our members in an intentional and purposeful way. We are doing that with the Ito family open space, recognizing their history and Japanese internment. We look to do that with Native Americans at Wilderness Park. I was just reading about Mexican Americans and their important history in North Redondo Beach. I hope we do that as well. And we should do all of these things with intention and purpose, like we have the direction here. I do want to come back to the Cultural Arts Commission. It has kind of gone back and forth about it being a sculpture. And I just wonder if we can get clarity on that, or maybe we don't need clarity on that. I don't know if we can get an answer as to if they were adamant about it being a sculpture or just it being an art installation, because my preference would be that we leave it open to
Yeah, and I know we have commissioners in the audience as well, but they created their subcommittee back in 2022. That's when the initial flag was raised.
Yeah.
And they did community outreach. They connected with the South Bay group as well. I believe we have some of those members in the audience as well. And so they did go over several types of art and modalities of art. I remember being there for those meetings, and a sculpture to the commission at the time seemed like the most appropriate way to memorialize, specifically in that location though, right? Because they were trying to identify one, a location, and two, what would best fit in that space. Okay. So if we're also going to explore different locations across Artesia Boulevard, perhaps that changes the type of art that goes into that
Understood.
space. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, thank you for that clarity. I would prefer that we keep it open to different kinds of art. And I know that in the past, a rainbow crosswalk was mentioned, and I know we've discussed crosswalks in our programming for the entire boulevard. On honestly, I'd like to throw it back on the table as an option, just so that we can cast a wide net to really come up with something that does have that intention and purpose and that the community supports. So I would like to add that as a friendly amendment to your motion.
There wasn't a motion.
I thought, oh, you just stated,
Just
okay,
stating my-
okay, so we'll get to that.
Just for clarity, you're saying it should be in the realm of possibility for the LGBTQ artwork? Or are you saying you want to do the LGBTQ artwork plus a rainbow?
No, it would be in the realm, so whether
In the universe
this
of possible.
specific intentional artwork is a mural or a sculpture or a crosswalk. I'm just opening the
aperture.
Yes, that's right. So I'm happy we're having this discussion so that we can give very clear direction. And I'm happy to hear from the public, and those are my comments for right now.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Castle.
Just listening to, both sides literally of the street of Artesia Boulevard, I think what's important is that we have community input on what goes on the street in terms of artwork. I think overall the art on Artesia is supposed to be something that garners broad community support. But I think one of the issues that we're having, no one has any idea what the artwork will look like. So I think if we had an RFI put out to artists to say, hey, this is the budget, what would you propose? And then the residents can then weigh in on what they like, what they don't like, and that way they could choose something that would fit that location. I think that would end up with something that would have, broad community support and be a good option going forward.
Okay. I did get the chance to talk with Councilmember Waller up in Sacramento on this item. He specifically wanted to interject his thoughts. But he hasn't heard the debate here today, so take that, with a grain of salt that he hasn't had the chance to digest what we've heard. His preference was for this to be LGBTQ plus, but that it be open to any form of art, not just a sculpture. So that was his broad preference, and he didn't want to get any more specific than that. As to myself, I do think the action or the motion was a little bit ambiguous, and I think the vote might have been a little different had it been more narrowly defined. But I will tell you personally, and I appreciate, it was actually Councilmember Barrett that did the homework and pointed me to where, because the minutes weren't that clear, but it was very clear when you watched the video, that you had up there that it was an inclusive art.
Right.
And the wording that you used at the time was pretty ambiguous. So that's what I focused on. And I
can appreciate that.
Yeah. So my interpretation from the way I read that was it was for broader consideration of inclusivity. Personally, I don't have a problem with LGBTQ plus, and I don't mind. We've already got an interpretive sign for the Tongva at Wilderness Park. We've got the Martin Luther King Little Plaza by the police station. So, I think these things can proliferate over time, and I think we dilute it when we just say this thing's for everybody, and so, this is our one inclusivity piece. So I think we should be a little bit, personally, I think we should be a little bit bolder. As to polling the public, art is a hard thing to poll people on. And people may like it or dislike it for a number of reasons. Everything from they just don't like the way that piece is designed to I don't like the messaging. So I don't think any poll on this is going to be any clearer, and I would trust our public process. I would hope we'd send it back to the Cultural Arts Commission for whatever comes out of the RFI or RFQ, whatever you're going to put out. And then they would adjudicate on it, and the public has a chance to input in that public meeting, and then it would come to the council, and there's a second bite at the apple for the public to weigh in on it. These polls that are done over social media or email aren't scientific polls, and I take them with a huge grain of salt. It depends who you send them out to. It can be biased. I think maybe Councilmember Obaji, yours is a little bit more scientific, but let's face it, we're not scientific pollsters. And I don't want to spend the money on a scientific poll for art that comes out. And I definitely hard set against putting the whole strategic plan, the results of the whole strategic plan to come up to vote on each individual piece of art, because I think that's a big waste of time and money. And what are we going to do with the survey inputs? You know, because they could be all over the map. And my kind of rule on this is if you're not willing to take the results of your survey, don't put one out. So it does you no good. It only bears ill will when you see the results of a survey and then you disregard it. So I think you disenfranchise people when you do that. So my personal, that's a long way I've been talking around. I support LGBTQ art in this case. I support a wide range. I don't think we should narrow it to a sculpture. And I support actually letting our process work the way it's supposed to, with it going through the Cultural Arts Commission and then to the council and giving the public the chance to weigh in on it at those two venues. So that's my 2 cents. Before I ask for a motion, I'd like to get public input if you don't mind.
Sure, I just have a comment.
Okay. Councilman Castle, is your hand still up or?
It is still up, but just a point of clarification. When things go to the Cultural Arts Commission, how does the public weigh in on any decisions that are made there? Do they do it at the commission level, or do they seek input from the public, or people just have to come to the meetings and speak?
Well, I think in this particular instance, there may have been some solicited feedback. I think as part of the preliminary art, kind of Artesia planning work, there was some community engagement. But typically, to answer your question, it would be through the open public forum that occurs at the meeting itself.
At the Arts Commission meeting. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
So, Mayor, I appreciate what you said, and maybe a solution, rather than another survey once we get results from RFIs or whatever process you're going to use, is that it works through the Cultural Arts Commission, and they narrow down to a few, and then they host a workshop with the public to invite the public's opinion on the various proposals that have come in, and then they narrow down their opinion and make recommendations to council as to their finalists for each art project. And then there's the runner-up that is included too, so council can see that when it comes to us, so that there's continued public and community involvement in the whole process. And my other question or point was, I heard after we passed this whole plan for Artesia, I heard some feedback, I don't know who it was from, but that they're glad we didn't do crosswalks, not relative to LGBTQ, but generally crosswalks, except for that one at North Redondo bike path, because of either maintenance or issues with regard to public works standards that they have to use for crosswalks and the like. So especially on Artesia, which is a former highway. Mr. Wazanski, city manager, do you have any concerns or thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, you might recall one of our original treatments up there was kind of a peachy, light-colored crosswalk. We had a seashell design back in the 1990s, renovation effort. Anywhere where we have very lightly painted crosswalks, we see a lot of tire striping. Now, this would be different, I think, when you do a thermoplastic kind of installation, you can avoid some of that, and you can add treatments to add to the duration and longevity of the crosswalks. You might recall North Manhattan Beach had a program where they had artistic crossings for a while. Those did fade. So going into it, you're going to have some distress over time, but you can install them and they can last for at least a reasonable period of time if you spend the money and the resource on the proper techniques to create that duration.
So it's feasible.
It's feasible, but it isn't forever.
Now, if we were to make it open-ended, so open-ended that, hey, you can propose to us a sculpture, what do they call the tiles? Mosaics, or a crosswalk. Are we just going to end up with, I don't know.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay.
We'll get a lot of proposals, but that's okay.
Get a lot of proposals.
Yeah, that's all right.
Okay.
And if I may.
You don't see a problem with that. If you don't see any problem with that, I'm totally for it.
It's just more work to filter. I mean, it'll be a little bit more for staff to go through and our consultant in this case, I think we're having Labas help us with this. But, it's not like we're getting hundreds of submissions for these things,
Okay.
we're getting something more manageable than that. So
And we'll
I don't think
specify-
expanding scope's a problem.
We'll specify that if it is a crosswalk submission, it's got to be thermoplastic, right?
Yeah, it's got to have proper treatment to, add longevity and such, yeah.
And
Councilmember Filovich, you had a quick.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I think all of these play a role into the maintenance of it, whether it's a sculpture, or, and it's made of wood or whatever the material is. We need to know about the maintenance and the durability and the longevity of
It's a
all of
factor
these
in,
things.
it's a factor in all submissions. I mean, we have the same issue with murals. I mean,
Right.
all things have a life expectancy.
You threw up a process here. Is that what you wanted to talk?
Yeah, and if I may, I also wanted to respond kind of related to this to Councilmember Baji's question. So we have actually issued the RFQ already. So we're starting with step 4 here. So this is the process here of how we're going to go through an RFQ followed by an RFP, and where council and the commission are included in that process. And so this was actually a visual that we provided to the commission. So all of the yellow highlighted sections are where the commission is involved, as well as our community panel. I did also want to add in there that as part of the master plan, we did incorporate the collection of a community panel that is made of two community members, 2 of our cultural arts commissioners, and then 1 city staff. So we're going to have a public works representative. And so those 5 collectively are going to work with myself and Jack Meyer, as well as our representatives on Labas, to filter down all of the submissions. So just for the RFQ, we did receive, the numbers escaping me, but I think it was 180 something responses in the RFQ. And Labas has filtered that down to about, I want to say it's about 20 to 30 artists. There is some crossover for each location, but 20 to 30 artists for each individual location. And so again, there are some artists that can do both the benches and the crosswalk possibly, just an example. And so that's kind of how that process would work. We would then take those recommendations to the community panel. They would narrow it down to a much more digestible recommendation. The commission will then review those. We will take it to you as a council to then give us approval, because for the RFP process, there is a stipend that we do have to provide the artist, because they would then be producing some sort of a mock-up, a visual mock-up of their design. And so there is some money tied to that. So all that to say, there is a process already in place in our plan. We have already moved forward with steps 1 through 4. I do also just want to add in that because we issued the RFQ prior to us pulling the survey for the LGBTQ statute, there are artists interested already in doing that piece. And so we would not be moving backwards on this project. So if the council decides to move forward this evening, we do already have a pool of artists for that. We would not be delaying the project timeline at all.
Are they a pool of artists who knew that we were going to do an LGBTQ plus piece of art, or did they not know and they'd be willing to at this point?
No, they knew that particular piece was included as its own line item in our RFQ.
Was it included as a sculpture or as any type of artwork?
I don't remember the exact language, but I believe we included as a sculpture. But knowing that we have different types of art throughout the plan, we could potentially pull artists that submitted for a different type, mosaics on the benches, for example, if the council wanted to lean towards a mosaic. We have an artist pool already that we can pull from to see if they'd be interested in doing this. So I don't believe, if we were to move forward, we do already have a pool of artists across the board that we could pull forward.
So first off, I don't want what we decide tonight to hold up the rest of the strategic plan execution. But if we go a different direction, then would you issue a separate RFQ or an addendum to the RFQ to like open it up to all forms of art for LGBTQ or?
Potentially, I would have to go back and see exactly what we submitted in the RFQ, the language we used in there. But like I said, I based on the number of total submissions we received, we may already potentially have a pool of artists that we can use regardless of what type of installation we're looking at.
And so the panel, I imagine, is not open. It's not an open session public meeting.
Correct.
So the So it goes from the community panel
To the
To
commission.
the
to the Arts
commission.
Commission?
Yes,
And then that's a public meeting where the public can give feedback.
correct. And then we would take their recommendations to you
Now, what
as
about
council.
Councilmember Obaji's idea of doing a workshop on this specific piece?
We can add that. I mean, we can add any number of steps to this process if desired.
Yeah, I just don't want what we decide tonight to hold up the progress on the rest of the.
We could add it into the timeline
For this project.
for this
Independent
particular.
of the rest of the.
Right.
Certainly, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the answer I was looking for.
Yeah, just to be
Okay.
clear, we have no intention of slowing down the overall Artesia strategic planning process for
Okay.
this specific direction.
One question.
Okay.
On step 4, where it says review and recommendation of qualified proposals by the community panel, is that, so you would have drawings at that point from the artists? No, you wouldn't.
No, this
So
is
what proposals have they made to you?
there's no proposal specific to the pieces on Artesia.
Okay,
This is
just
just
specific
them
to the
submitting
artist?
their qualifications and
Okay.
past work that could be related or have the same type of material as
Okay.
what they would envision. But this step does not include any visual specific for Artesia.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, normally I'd call for a motion at this point, but because this is controversial and there's members of the public here, I'd like, if you don't mind, I'd like to hear from the public before we get a motion. And we do have some written comments, Betty Linen, followed by Ellie Navarro. Hi, Betty.
Hey, everybody. Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, everybody. Hello. My name is Betty Linen. I'm a board member of the South Bay LGBTQ Center, and I'm here in obviously strong support of including an LGBTQIA+ art installation in the Artesia Boulevard Strategic Art Plan. This project is not abstract and it's not controversial. It's rooted in documented local history. The Artesia Corridor has long functioned as a gathering space for the LGBTQIA+ community in the South Bay. It was the original location of the South Bay LGBTQ Center and sits between what were once multiple LGBTQIA gathering spaces, including the Dolphin Bar, now the Artesia Bar, which has served in the community for over 50 years. And that matters because public art is not just decoration. It tells a story of who has been part of a place. This project is about acknowledging history, not promoting politics. LGBTQIA+ people are not a political idea. They are members of this community, past, present, and future. And some comments have suggested this project is divisive or excludes others. Not from you all. And I would argue the opposite. Recognizing a group that has historically had to remain invisible is not exclusion, it's inclusion. And adding to the story does not take anything away from anyone else. Redondo Beach already has public art that reflects our community, as you all have discussed, and has plans to do more. And so we do not yet have this visual or visible recognition, and I just strongly urge that we do that. There have also been concerns about the library location and children. I want to be very clear. This is not adult content. This is history. I personally grew up surrounded by people who were gay and transgender. That did not influence my identity. I'm straight and cisgender. What it did influence was my ability to respect and include others. Exposure to LGBTQIA+ people does not indoctrinate children. It helps them understand that people who are different from them still belong, and that if they themselves are LGBTQIA+, they are loved. And to those who are feeling overwhelmed, trust me, if you were being attacked day in and day out, you would be fighting back too. If you want people to be quiet, then shut up yourselves. This project does not divide us. It reflects us here in Redondo Beach. And everybody deserves to be seen. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. No clapping. Do this if you're in support. Ellie Navarro and then Isabel Schwartz.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ellie Navarro, and my pronouns are she, her. I have lived in Redondo Beach all 23 years of my life. I was a graduate of Patricia Driesler High School in 2020. I speak in favor of the creation of an LGBTQ artwork for Artesia Boulevard project. Growing up as a transgender teen and now young adult in the South Bay, I was not aware of the scope or presence of the history my LGBT elders had here in Redondo Beach, and neither were my peers. I believe there is a lack of visibility for Redondo Beach LGBT community, and that can be, and was for me, very isolating, adding to the depression and anxiety that has become increasingly more common for LGBTQ people like me as homophobic and transphobic rhetoric escalates across the nation. The plans for an LGBTQ-themed art installation on Artesia Boulevard really excites me, as it's an opportunity for the city of Redondo Beach to alleviate those anxieties for people like me by showing that we are more than just tolerated. We are loved, accepted, and included here. The naysayers on this discussion today are exactly why I believe that an art installation is necessary, because we need to show us LGBTQ citizens of our city that we belong here and that hate has no home in Redondo Beach. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Isabel Schwartz, and then Reverend Lisa E. Telemann. Sorry if I mispronounced that.
Hi, my name is Isabel Schwartz. I am a resident of Torrance who frequently goes through the Artesia corridor. My father is moving to Redondo Beach, and I'm really excited for him. And I would like to speak in support of Mayor Light, Councilmember Obaji, and Councilmember Kolardovich, as well as the speakers before me, Professor Leinen and Ellie. I'm really excited to see this art in our community, and I want to thank the City of Redondo Beach for being so forward-thinking and inclusive. It really sets the gold standard for the South Bay. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. Reverend Lisa Telemann, and then the last one I have is Scott Houston.
Good evening, council people, the mayor, staff, and our audience this evening. I want to speak in favor of the art installation being LGBTQ plus specific. I'm very happy. I'm a recent new resident in town. I come from the Midwest, but I have long been a proponent of inclusion of everyone. All means all, and I have been a good friend and of many people in the LGBTQIA community and fully support their leadership and the inclusion of their history being made public in our communities to lift up, as Betty so eloquently said, to lift up our history and lift up the importance of everyone's contributions to our city and what it is and how it has become as wonderful as it is. It takes everyone working together, all parts of a community, to make us better people. And I also applaud the city in moving forward with this and even proposing that we have a specific sculpture to recognize the history and the beauty of our community's contributions, and specifically the LGBTQIA community's contributions. My church is an inclusive, reconciling congregation that lifts up the leadership and the membership and the inclusion of LGBTQIA people. And we sponsor the Shared Bread ministry outreach to the community, which also includes many people from that community. And I want them to know, I want everyone to know how wonderful and how important their contributions are. So I hope that we will move forward, and I applaud you for allowing us to share our opinion as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Scott Houston, and that's the last card I have, so then it'll be up to anybody else in the audience.
Well, good evening, Mayor and members of the council and the staff. I'm Scott Houston, and I happen to be the Vice President of the West Bay Municipal Water District Board, but I am here in my personal stead as a resident. I actually grew up just down the street in Torrance, live in El Segundo. And first of all, I just want to say I really support the concept of an LGBTQ-themed art installation in this location. And there's so many reasons for that. But I think if I step back, and some of this was mentioned just before me, you know, for a lot of us who grew up in this area, we lived in the closet and we were in a void. We could not find other members of our community in this region. Most of us had to go up toward West Hollywood or down the Long Beach. But the Artesia corridor was a place that we knew and was welcoming and had safety. As a matter of fact, the South Bay LGBTQ Center, the first location was on Artesia. And so when I started to get involved and found members of my community in the South Bay, I found the center. By that point, it had moved to Torrance, and I did serve on the board. But I was really, really proud to be a part of that group, to learn from some of our elders, and to be a visible, activist here in the South Bay communities. And so what I can say is, first of all, I commend you for having this conversation. I commend you here in Redondo Beach for potentially having a more permanent installation for the LGBTQ plus community. And it doesn't have to be exclusive. It is inclusive. And obviously you've got a lot of different parts of the city where you can put different types of installations. But what I can also say lastly is this would be truly meaningful to a lot of us in the region. Redondo Beach has been, a guiding light, if you will. You had a member who, actually your mayor, former mayor, Mike Ginn, was gay, openly gay. As a matter of fact, we don't have any other openly LGBTQ folks in elected office in the South Bay except for myself at this time. And we're obviously looking to always bring people up. But I think this would mean a lot to our greater region. And I hope you'll please consider it being LGBTQ themed for this location. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience wish to address the council on this item? Just come on up. You don't have to raise your hands. Just.
Excuse me, I just heard about this meeting yesterday, so I came straight from the gym.
Could you please give your name for the record?
Edie Aldana Bogosian, and I've lived in North Redondo for about 20 years. I'm married, I have 2 children. I enjoy living in Redondo Beach. I chose to live here. I moved from Arizona, and I strongly oppose the LGBTQ themed art. I don't mind an art structure put up in the North Redondo Beach Library area. We all have colleagues that are LGBTQ. We all have friends, I do, but that's not the point. I don't see it as inclusive. I see it as exclusive. I mean, I'm a Hispanic woman. I'm not asking you to put a sombrero in front of the library. There are many Hispanics that live in Southern California and have settled in Redondo Beach. That's not the point. I think that a representation of Redondo Beach would be the families that live here, the beach lifestyle. It can be a couple of bronze dolphins. It could be any kind of art structure. I mean, the amount of money that's being spent on it is actually, to me, quite a bit of money when it can be used for something else. But again, my point is that I did read some of those comments online yesterday, and I agree with some of them that oppose that this particular structure be put up in the North Redondo area. I strongly believe it doesn't include everyone of the community. It is a group of people. I don't think that it's something that I need to, I don't think it's educational for children at the library, but I think that, some people online said it was something that had to do with sexuality. I may agree with that a little bit, but I do want to say I oppose it. It's not a reflection of my family in North Redondo, so I would like to see something else put there to represent the beach area, the beach lifestyle, and, you know, there are other cultures that live in the beach area as well, so that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Before the next speaker goes, I do want to clear up, I've heard this from multiple people, that this money should be spent somewhere else. Well, this comes from the John Parsons Art Fund, and that is set aside from developments for art. So it's not like this could go into the general fund and go towards police or fire or anything else. This money is sequestered for artwork. So the question is, what type of artwork? So I just want to make that clear. Sir, you're welcome to come up and make a comment in your 3 minutes.
I think the funds were actually moved by the pallet area over to this. But anyway, Steve Haig, 35-year plus resident in North Redondo, and then before that, South Redondo. I know everyone except for this young lady. And thank you all for doing what you do. I know it's hard. And I know the decisions are hard. I took a little different approach on this topic. I learned about it in January, even though this started from Miss Kelly in Cultural Arts, bringing it in to her commission. Well, we're going to have a birthday. It's going to be a year, 1 year on this topic, folks. And we're going to kick that can down the street. I sure wish we wouldn't do that. Make a decision. Vote for one, vote for two. Let's move forward, for goodness sakes. Some of your comments are Kelly's comments that are online. You can hear them. It's the bar. It's something else. Those words exactly came from Kelly. And I'm not against that. She can say whatever she wants. Unfortunately, those comments were in 2025. That bar was sold in 2024. And Scott and Zane, one of your meetings with the chief of police, I was in the background, as you guys know. I didn't interfere with anything. I was listening to residents complain about the noise for months. That's not okay. And we're going to take and celebrate that. Somebody I was communicating with recently said, you know, some time ago, that bar, whatever it was then, wanted to put pride colors or whatever they are, and the city said no. So, wow, now we're going to go into a sculpture in front of a library. The approach I took, I thought Artesia and everything was to bring people in, not if you lived in the community, here's your vote, etc., like your, Zane, what you were talking about. To bring people in, you got to have a broad scope. How do people feel about it? And I was 3 days into the survey, and I promise you, the amount of no's, I gave you all numbers. It was way up there. And that was about not just residents, it was about people wanting to shop and other things. I also think it's a dangerous area. You guys know I've been hit by an e-bike, and I can share the pictures with you, which I haven't. But I've given you all numbers, and everybody along that corridor, at least over 90%, are against it. Completely. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? You can come forward and sit here, and then you can jump up right after.
Georgette Gantner, District 2. As everyone knows, you guys know, I was on the, it was a Public Art Commission, now the Cultural Art Commission, but as a Public Art Commission, I was on it for 10 years. And I find it's interesting that we feel compelled to get the public's opinion on this project when the greater majority of the art projects that were passed and were successful with the Public Art Commission, we didn't feel compelled to put it out there. We're afraid of something. People that say they want it to be family friendly, you know, it is family friendly because gays and lesbians have families and they adopt and they have their own children. They're families. It's humanity. It's
I guess for us, it's diversity. Okay, we need diversity. We need diversity everywhere. This particular sculpture could be the most beautiful sculpture or whatever, however art, whatever art it is. It might be the most successful and the most inspirational, and especially since with the World Cup and the Olympics coming, what do we want to project as a city? Small-mindedness, fear, I don't understand, it doesn't represent me. Well, it represents somebody. It may not represent me in particular, but it represents other people. And what is more inclusive than that? To represent many types of people, whether you understand or you disagree. People who are gay and lesbian don't choose to be gay or lesbian. These are people, and they're people you're born away, and that's the way it is. And I feel that that is a need to be accepted. Anyway, I'm getting off topic. I think that this art project is coming from a fantastic place. And like Councilman Calderovich said, different people should be represented. And this is a good way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up, whoever's next.
First and foremost, thank you all. And I'm Christina Christian Kelly. Can I speak as, I want to ask you first, can I speak as the Cultural Arts Commissioner to maybe clarify some of the very beginnings of this that maybe have gotten misinterpreted along the way, if that's okay. This came as a directive from the city, the council, to work with the LGBTQ community and have a permanent, hopefully established art installation. As the commission, we do our due diligence to represent our Redondo Beach community and do it at its best. So we started a subcommittee that took a lot of hours and worked with a lot of our community members. A lot of heart and soul went into it. A lot of research went into it as far as what's going to be the longevity of the artwork. We went over with our fellow commissioners a vote for the established area, as well as what the media would be, which would be sculpture, because it would have a longevity. It would be appropriate for the cost that would be applied going into that, and that hopefully we would get an outpour from artists to propose some of the ideas that we already had also shown to the community in past meetings. I just think it's really, really vital that when we're having this discussion, if there's any kind of questions, that maybe there's a little bit more of a focus for communication on our part as a commission, but also for mayor and council, because I think that there's a miscommunication when I hear some of the things coming across that really are not being told exactly as is. So I appreciate everybody's time. I appreciate everybody's hard work. But the most important thing is to listen to each other and make sure it makes sense to come across and understand each other with this. The proposal was for a sculpture for that area. So, and it got voted in, and now I feel like there's a little bit of treading backwards. So I'd rather it move forward, because we've been doing this since 2023. So I appreciate everybody's time, appreciate the community. Just want to get a decent sculpture there where we proposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm April Pritchard. I've been living in North Redondo for the past 8 years now. And I would like to speak generally in favor of an LGBT art installation of some sort. And I would like to give a counterpoint to some of the arguments we've heard here before. One of the arguments is why LGBT specifically. I heard like maybe a Hispanic monument instead, and I would be totally for doing a Hispanic monument. That would be awesome. I also think we should do an LGBT one. Let's go. what are we doing here? And if you try to include everyone, then it becomes really generic, I think, as the council stated. And so it just kind of ends up including no one at the end. And that's how you end up getting the human being from Community, if you remember that TV show. Second of all, kind of concerning kids and LGBT topics. First of all, for any moms out here, are you sure your kids are straight? Which is kind of an important point. Certainly my parents didn't know I was transgender until I eventually came out. That was quite the day. Second of all, LGBT is definitely not just about sex. That is a big misconception. It's about love and how to be there. And of course, asexual is part of the LGBT. It's usually included under the plus in LGBTQ plus. And asexuals, aren't attracted to anyone, but they're still LGBT. And of course, in our society, we always settle on straight, but we can tend to be a lot more permissive about sexuality and straight relationships than we are in LGBT ones, which is a little bit of a double standard, because Prince Charming can always kiss the princess, but God forbid two princesses kiss. And then last but not least, I would argue let's take a little bit of a stand here. It is a little bit controversial, but in Florida, it is currently illegal. It's a misdemeanor for me to use the women's restroom in a government-owned building. If I were in Kansas, my driver's license would have been revoked. And Hermosa Beach and Venice Beach, they got LGBT lifeguard towers. Are we going to sit here and let Hermosa Beach have the LGBT art installation? No, we should have one of our own. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else wish to address the council on this item? You're not going to make this housing, are you?
I'd love to, but it's not the topic today.
House for $35,000.
Alex Feynman, District 3. I think we've already heard that the intersection of Artesian Green has long been a cultural center for our LGBTQ neighbors, and that deserves the public acknowledgement that I think this installation would provide. But here, reading a lot of the e-comments that were posted, and a lot of the comments on Facebook for sure, I was reminded of 10 years ago when many of you may remember the Westboro Baptist Church came here to protest at Redondo Union. And they brought their hateful signs and their rhetoric. And back then, there were about 5 or 6 of them and about 300 people from Redondo Beach, including students, who outnumbered them. And that's the community here in Redondo Beach. We support and defend our queer neighbors, and I hope we recognize that including them by recognizing their contribution and their history in this community is important. The location is culturally significant. The funding's identified. I think we should put that art up, and we should show Redondo Beach is a place where everyone belongs. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Okay, anyone online?
Yes. We have Marie Perbaum.
Is it Marlene?
Marie.
Nope, it's Marie Peterba. Can you hear me? I just want to say I am so delighted with all the people who came to speak for this project. You have really made my day because I posted a very positive comment online and a tsunami of awful comments came, and I was very disheartened. And I'd also like to give Jim, I really appreciate what you said. I thought you spoke decisively and courageously. As everybody knows, I'm a fan of Paige and Brad. I walked for them, and I am very glad to hear they're on board with this. And I am very supportive of Chadwick. I think what he said makes sense. And I just want to share that when I grew up in a very small town in New Jersey in the 1980s, I was in high school, and in the hallways, there were just two gay guys, I'll just say it that way. And they were pummeled and slurred, and they were made to cry. And that was 1982, 1983. It wasn't always allowed for people to come out. And I mean, I have in-laws that think this is, like sacrilege or perversion or whatever. So this project is going to take some courage. It's going to take some courage to do this. And you are definitely going to get like, why can't we include everybody? Yada, yada, yada. But I am so glad not to be in that small town anymore. And I love living in Redondo. And I can walk to the library. And I think everybody who's spoken has given a positive reason why. And I think Zane was very misleading in posting a picture today because that wasn't the project. And I think it misled people to think that was the project. And I understand if that was a mistake, but I didn't see any effort to correct the mistake. And I don't believe, honestly, that Scott and Zane support this project, and I think they can solicit it all they want. But you're either for it or against it. And I really think what you're seeing now is the community come out and support this. So it is going to take courage. You're going to get some blowback, but come on, you do not, this is who we are. And I love everybody who came out. Thank you so much for giving me faith in Redondo, because online is a terrible place to live. And I think the real world is a lot more accepting and loving. So thank you. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Yes. I have Daniel Lynch.
Daniel, did you say?
Daniel,
you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you've got the floor.
I would like to say that Manhattan Beach has their cool sidewalk and Hermosa has their cool lifeguard tower. And I think Redondo should have like a statue. But I think the statue should be something cooler, like a dolphin, a rainbow dolphin riding a wave, or like a rainbow wave with a dolphin in there, something like that. And sometimes my wife and I walk back from Bogino's at night along Artesia, and we stop at the Artesia bar. And because, they have the cleanest bathroom out of any bar in Redondo. If you've ever been in there, I've been in there. It's pretty nice, and the people are really friendly. So I'm fully in support of this project, and I'm excited to see artwork along Artesia. I've been driving up and down Artesia my entire life. My dad went to Redondo. My grandma used to own the property where Edith Joe's is now in 1951. It was called Elvie's Coffee. So my family's been in Redondo. We're still in Redondo. My uncle, actually, Raymond Koch, he used to work for the city of Redondo. We've been here a long time, and I have a lot of family members in Redondo. And I don't think anybody would oppose this. If you do, you got issues. So just accept it, and we'll move on and have a nice day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else online? I see you there.
Next person is Anna Duncan.
Go ahead, Ann. You've got the floor.
Hi, my name is Anna Mavramati Duncan. I'm a North Redondo resident, and I just completely support the LGBTQIA artwork of some form going on Artesia Boulevard. I grew up in North Redondo as a child, and now I live in North Redondo again. I'm raising my 2 children, and I want them to be in a city that has art like this. I want them to be from a place where they know no matter who they grow up to be, that they will be loved and accepted and included. I want to really instill those values and want that to be part of our community. I want to honor the LGBT community that is here. So I have heard some comments online and tonight where people seem opposed to this because of children. I want my children to see this art. I want them to know and acknowledge and respect communities that are different from them, or that they may grow up and realize that they are a part of. So I'm just really strongly in favor of being bold and making sure that we make artwork that honors our LGBTQIA family.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Nancy Skiba.
Go ahead, Nancy, you have the floor.
Good evening again. I just think that a different theme, a more universal theme, would have a more broad appeal for the general population. And it would be more appreciated if all groups and communities in Redondo were acknowledged for inclusivity rather than just one interest group. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Yes.
How many do you have?
I have 4 more right now.
Okay.
Miriam Butler.
Go ahead, Miriam.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for giving the community an opportunity to speak up about this very important topic. Looking online at the e-comments, hopefully I counted correctly, but I counted 37 people were in support for LGBTQ plus IA art installation, and 15 are against. And based on what I'm hearing from the residents that came to speak tonight, the majority are for it. And I do appreciate Professor Lineman coming. She posted an e-comment, but also coming in person and educating everybody as to the reason why that location is being chosen for the art installation. It's because in the 80s, that was where the LGBTQ center was for people who were not safe during that time, and still aren't. Based on the comments I'm reading, just so disgusting. This community is, still marginalized, and I think that by honoring their history on the Artesia corridor, specifically that spot that's being chosen, is very important because that's part of Redondo history. I'm really proud that Redondo Beach had an LGBTQ center in the 80s where people could go and feel safe and have a place where they can meet each other and have a sense of community, and that allies and supporters could also support them and they could feel that support. And that's part of our very important history. This is a community of people who have historically not had rights, have had to live in fear and continue to live in fear. So I'm a longtime resident, I'm a homeowner, I'm in District 4, the same district where this art installation will go. I have children in schools here, and I am all for this installation. I think it's excellent. I think it's necessary. And our job as parents is to educate our children. And educating our children means, hey, there's people out there that aren't like us, and that's fine. And that's what art is for. So I really feel that it's important that that this happens for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next person is Melissa DeCant.
Go ahead, Melissa. Melissa, are you there?
Hi, yep, I'm here. Good evening, City Council, City staff, and Mayor. Thanks for everything that you all do for our community every day. I appreciate it so much. I want to just quickly remind the City Council and staff that the pride flag raising that our city recently started recognizing was a long time in coming, and it was met with some serious negativity by some of our previous City Council members and community. So inclusion and recognizing specific communities, it doesn't mean that we're neglecting other groups. It simply means that we recognize those that have been marginalized. And that's an important thing to do in any community. I'm a scientist, and I always like to defer to peer-reviewed data whenever possible. And I also have the privilege of being a volunteer at the Trevor Project. And I want to speak on behalf of our youth for just a moment, specifically our LGBTQIA youth, who have some of the highest self-harm and suicide rates. The data is really overwhelmingly clear, and it's very sobering, but it suggests that any efforts to support inclusion and support positively impacts these sobering statistics. And that's something that's really important to me as a parent and as a member of this community. Our city's recognizing multiple groups throughout it makes our city better, it makes it more welcoming, and it makes it more inclusive. And inclusion simply begets more inclusion, and that's a beautiful thing. So huge kudos to our Arts Commission for putting forth this project, and I really hope that they move forward with this quickly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next person is Mark Hansen.
Go ahead, Mark, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff. Mark Hansen here. City of Redondo Beach has a very proud history of demonstrating inclusivity, and I sure hope that the City Council will continue to lead us in that direction. I heard some comments about that somehow an LGBTQ artwork would be exclusive. I think that's kind of a nonsensical claim. There's absolutely nothing about artworks that support different marginalized communities that are somehow going to be excluding the majority. That's just nonsensical. I think a great point for us to understand is that if you try to make gray artwork that's supposed to represent absolutely everyone, then you're representing no one. I thought Council Member Klujevic made an eloquent point in her verbiage when she says we need to have artwork that is intentional in its manner and purposeful. I think those were spot on words. She mentioned there's other marginalized communities, Japanese Americans, or American indigenous people. And each of these, it's a great idea to have some kind of artwork that shows that we're welcoming and we outreach to all of those groups. So none of this is exclusive. It's all absolutely inclusive. So I certainly hope that the council will lead us in a continuing, enlightening manner to demonstrate to these marginalized communities, and in this case, the LGBTQ community, that we continue to have open arms and welcome them into our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, one more. Pablo Orozco Castro.
Go ahead, Pablo.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Great, wonderful. Hi there, I'm a constituent in District 4. I work at the Venice Family Clinic just a few blocks away from the proposed mural, and I'm really excited. I've been talking to my coworkers about it. We are all really excited as well. We take walks around the block near the North Redondo Library, and would like to support this art piece. It provides visibility for the LGBTQ community. We serve a lot of LGBTQ youth that come into our clinic, and a lot of the parents that we work with in collaboration with the Beach Cities Health District also have expressed that they would like to have more visibility in the city of Redondo Beach with art pieces and even events. So just just wanted to support this art piece, and just for like folks to who are curious about wanting to have an all-inclusive art piece. What would that look like? Because I think it'd be, an interesting conversation to have about, that we're trying to have about inclusivity and feeling like people are being excluded. So I'm just curious as to, for us to self-reflective, what does that actually mean when we say like, oh, we're being excluded? So just for us to reflect on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That concludes the Zoom. For e-comments, we received 52, 37 support, and 15 opposed, for the record.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you. Is it on?
It's on.
Hi. I just wanted to say, I think a lot of this is a false narrative, that I'm a mother of 2 kids here in Redondo, and North Redondo is very close to my house, and we do visit the library. And teaching children that they are born in the wrong body is brainwashing and going to backfire in so many ways down the road, and statistics already show it is. This is sexualization of minor children at its finest in front of a public library where many children visit. How do you explain and talk about the LGBTQ+ with a child without needing to discuss sex? How do you explain it? It's just that easy? It's forcing a conversation. You guys just took a great step forward by bringing the community together with the farmers market last week. And now you're gonna blast Artesia with this kind of a gay dolphins, gay sea life, that's where we're headed. What does that have to do? Gay sea life now? I mean, come on. What does gay sea life have to do with Redondo? Now we have gay sea life too. What's next? Daily drag shows at our public libraries? What are the actual boundaries in our cities by not displaying LGBTQ colors all over town? Our city took, I already talked about that. So I strongly oppose. How about using this money for an art piece on the 250th anniversary of our country? That's something to be proud of. This is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Haven't you learned from Manhattan Beach all the money they wasted at Pollywog Park and on the bike path? People just, they don't, I understand. What we do as adults in our bedrooms, all of us should stay in our bedrooms. We don't need in the shape of 69 and all the, look at the design of the art. Really take a look at it. We're adults. That is a sexual piece of art. And if you don't see that, come on, it's not about me being anti-gay or, it's not. I don't need to defend myself. I'm not hateful at all. My children and my family, we love everybody, but come on. We do not want to see that every time I'm driving home or in front of a library where children are visiting. So what are the boundaries? Drag shows now? Where are you going to stop when it comes to the LGBTQ?
This isn't a question and answer period.
So it is, because
No,
it
it isn't, 'cause
displays,
we
it's
not-
fair to say that, because I had to have this conversation in 6th grade when my daughter, first day of school, is being asked her pronoun, and asked different things on the first day of school. And so it was a fair conversation with the school staff of, tell me, how am I supposed to explain all of this? It's forcing my hand. And what's good for some is not good for all, so it is not inclusive, it's exclusive. Okay, I really, honestly, I'm so glad I made it down here. I'm a very busy mom,
thank you. Your
and
time
so
is up.
thank you
Appreciate
very
it.
much for your time.
Okay. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Come on up.
Save it for your bedtime.
Josh Conlon, District 5, North Redondo. Been here for a little over 20 years. I'm a parent of a trans youth, goes to the high school, has lots of friends in the LGBTQ community. I think what I just heard is exactly the fact that there's still some hate in the community. This is a reason why I am very much in favor of this installation. I think that, as you said, Mayor Light, it's a bold move and we should take it to just show that we have this support. These children are going, they're battling a lot every day. And if we can't do this to show our support for them, like we can't have that strength, what's that telling them? That's all, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. So we'll close the public comment on this one. So, you know, I want people to understand I respect, I don't know about, and I'm sure the rest of the council respects the testimony here and the feelings on both sides of the argument. I do think, you know, there are some people with valid concerns about location, don't know what it's going to look like. So there's some fear there that it may be maybe a little too explicit or expose our children to something they're not ready for. You know, I would assure you that something like that won't get through the process that we're going to put it through. So it's not going to be sexual in nature like the one commenter said here. It's not going to be anything like that. So I do think, though, I just posted at the Beach Life Festival, I posted a short video of Duran Duran. And I was actually shocked that somebody felt obligated to comment that because they're gay, somebody on that band is gay, that the whole band is trash and they didn't put out good music. So there's still this underlying current that folks that are LGBTQ and all that are facing out there, regardless of how accepting our community is. And I don't think it's a bad thing to affirm our commitment to inclusivity. Sorry, it's hurtful to me that folks use that kind of rhetoric and language and reception of people who are good community members. And I want everyone in this community to feel welcome, and I don't mind going the extra step to show that. So with that, again, I apologize. I'm going to shut up now, and I'm going to let Councilmember Obaji, you've got your hand up, but appreciate you listening to me on that. I don't disrespect those who have spoken respectfully against this particular action of the council. I don't tolerate the hatred and I'm not saying anybody here said hatred, but there is hatred out there. I don't tolerate that.
Thank you, Mayor, and well stated. First, Ms. Peterbach, I ask you to stop bullying me. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and city council members have mental health as well. And I'll say I'm thankful my daughter's not on social media to read your posts attacking me, so I'd ask you to stop. Now, moving on. First, the resident who talked about sombrero. I am totally in favor of something honoring our Mexican-American past and here in North Redondo specifically. And the John Parsons Fund hopefully will continue to get replenished. We'll have more art money to do more stuff and honor more groups in the future. But this group is overdue because we did start talking about it many years ago. And a question for staff is, if we direct the Cultural Arts Commission and staff to host a workshop, would it be just on this item, or could we do it for all the stuff on Artesia Boulevard, and maybe it's 2 workshops so that we don't slow down all the other ones that are already kind of making it down?
Well, I mean, we can do either. I think we have a pretty good approach laid out for the work that's associated with Artesia Boulevard. I mean, that was a pretty deliberative part of our strategic plan discussion. So right. I think if you would like us to host a specific workshop for this project, we can find a way to accommodate that in our schedule. So, if you're worried that it becomes sort of, if you're trying to fill the calendar a little more efficiently, maybe there's other things we can do that evening that isn't just exclusive to that. But
no, so then I'd rather not do a workshop altogether, because to the comment made by one resident, I don't want to call out this item as requiring a workshop while all the other art just wafts through the normal process. So I'll nix a workshop altogether from this draft motion. And just go with your normal, very diligent process. You know, I think it was 8 or 10 steps, and I thank you for that. And lastly, before I make a motion, I'll apologize for the ambiguity in my prior motion. Granted, I think in the context we were handling a lot for Artesia Boulevard and horse trading a lot of dollars for different projects and different art installations, so we didn't give this too much attention. If you light up 2B, please. This is the motion I'll make. I'm happy to accept any friendly amendments that any council members propose. And it's the City Council directs staff to proceed with the Cultural Arts Commission's recommendation to include an LGBTQ themed artwork as part of the Artesia Boulevard plan. Council is open to all art mediums, including specifically the LGBTQ art installation implemented as a crosswalk. The location should be at Green Street and Artesia, crossing Artesia Boulevard, or around the North Branch Library, along or visible from Artesia Boulevard, because ultimately it's part of this Artesia plan, right? And council is open to any permanent artwork with staying power within budget that will not put a significant recurring maintenance cost on the John Parsons Art Fund. Overall size and scale should be dictated by the budget of $35,000.
Let me ask a clarifying question about your motion.
Sure.
Okay. Just for the location at Green Street in Artesia is because of the history of that space. I just want to articulate that as part of the motion. It doesn't, yes, we don't have to, I would.
In Artesia, so across from the Artesia, or at the North Branch Library, essentially? North Branch Library property or community development? Department property.
How would you word his sentence?
Yeah, location should be at Green Street in Artesia, crossing Artesia Boulevard at or around North Branch Library. It obviously has to be on public property.
Or around, well, that's what it says, at or around the North Branch Library along.
City property.
I mean, I think it's
without saying.
yeah, I don't think we need to.
I don't think it needs to say that, but.
No, I just wanted to clarify that because of.
So that's your motion?
And one question, just to make sure we're abundantly clear here.
Sure.
The $35,000 budget that was assigned, I also believe included the
right
fee for Labasse, right?
Correct.
So that, so reflecting
by the
kind of the net available.
all-in budget of $35,000.
Yes, and I would second that motion.
All right.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Barrett, you have your hand up.
Yeah.
You want to pull your mic up?
May I have 2B?
To be.
All right, so I do have a substitute motion, if I may, which I believe does present a fair and reasonable compromise that thoroughly affirms our commitment to inclusivity.
Did you share your screen?
I am now. So this presents a balance that I think does all the things that we've spoken to. It is a little different, but as I said, I believe it represents a fair resolution and compromise. So it would be a motion to issue an RFP for an inclusive artwork either at the North Branch Library or elsewhere on Artesia Boulevard, open to all art mediums that recognizes and honors diverse elements of our community. Doesn't say which ones, including, and this is key, Mayor, including LGBTQ+, but not exclusively one group or identity. It'll be up to the artist to decide how to balance that and what percentage to include of that component. And two, and I believe this is out of looking back to the Cultural Arts Commission, it would be to review and obtain recommendations from the Cultural Arts Commission of the RFP responses for this proposed artwork, these proposed artwork concepts for consideration by the City Council for final decision. And so we'd get a look at that when it comes back. And so that's the motion. I put it forward for the reasons I've said. It, I think, checks all the boxes, but is focused on the issues that we've been discussing tonight. So that's it, and I'd ask for a second. Open to friendly amendments per usual.
Do we have anyone who wants to second it or make an amendment to it?
I'll just say I'm not going to second this because I think the process that we have in place has gone through a lot of the steps in number one that you've listed. In terms of going to the community and getting the feedback, plus through our process, we will have a way for the public to comment through the Art Commission about what the actual pieces are. And again, I think right now what's causing a lot of concern from the community is just the ambiguity around what the actual art is. If we actually had, a choice of two pieces, people could say they like A or B, but right now, literally we have, opposing sides on the rainbow dolphin, some for, some against, and those aren't even really the options in front of us. But I think the fact that the public does have an ability to weigh in on what the actual pieces are when we have more clarity on what's coming.
I should clarify, by the way.
Sure.
If I could. So on the second point, it would be reviewed by the Cultural Arts Commission and not independent public review or polling. So that would be there. And then on the first point, and you raised a good question, is this already in works? It sounds like an RFQ went out for a exclusively LGBTQ+ artwork. That went out. This would be to issue an RFP, and presumably we'd get a similar pool of responses for an inclusive artwork that includes LGBTQ+ as a component, but not exclusively. So that work has not yet been put into place, and so we wouldn't be reinventing the wheel on that. So it'd be to issue a RFP to reach out to the artists who've already responded, to get their responses for an inclusive artwork that speaks to these issues, but not exclusively one group or identity. And then take it back to the Cultural Arts Commission. They'll take a look at it, they'll send us recommendations, and we'll make a final decision.
So a question, we haven't approved an RFP for any art yet, just that comes back to us in the process. You mean an RFQ?
Yeah, and I may have misspoken, we don't have the slide up. Was it an RFQ?
RFQ is seeking qualified artists.
Yes.
And then next step is RFP
They
for
down select to a few artists and then you put out an
specific
RFP and you actually pay them to come up with concepts.
Okay. And so with respect to that, an RFQ's gone out and we've gotten some responses with respect to other artwork on Artesia Boulevard.
Yes.
Have we received anything back with respect to a LGBTQ artwork?
Yes.
So that went out. And so it would be that same pool of artists who would then provide a response and they could modify their proposals to include LGBTQ plus as a component, but not exclusively that one group. Instead, it would be an inclusive artwork that would come back. And I presume that can be done. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, good. So does that clarify, Mayor?
It does, but I still feel that if you look at all of art for Artesia, it almost is exactly what point one is in your motion, where there's art of all types up and down the boulevard. And this one location has been selected for the LGBTQ plus artwork installation. So I think, the work that we've done to date, we've had residents from the neighborhood who want us to make a decision. I think we're at that point where, we've chosen this location for this work, and then there'll be other locations up and down Artesia where other installations will be representing other groups or the community as a whole to bring, all types of artwork to Artesia Boulevard.
Okay.
So with that, I'll...
Thank you for your consideration.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we've got just the primary motion on the floor with the friendly amendment that you added to it, and you've incorporated that in your wording. Is there something else you wanted to do, Councilmember Abachi?
Just a brief statement. So I just don't want folks to be confused. The lady who was just speaking thought that the dolphins were actual art proposal. They're not. They were just an AI-generated image to say, here's one idea of what could possibly come back, right? And get people to start thinking about it. But the real goal of that post yesterday was to get people to become aware that this discussion was happening. So people don't down the line say, I had no idea this topic was going on, so I couldn't be heard. And guess what? After we let everybody and their mom know that this council, this discussion was happening today, including with the link. I think I counted 3 statements in opposition today to this proposal, to this project moving forward. And even the e-comments, to Ms. Butler's point, 71% in support. So there is, in my opinion, my perspective, overwhelming support for this art installation and a need, because there are kids, whether their parents know it or not or like it or not, who may identify with the LGBTQ plus, and they need to feel loved and at home here in Redondo Beach.
Okay, with that, I'm going to call the vote. I think we've talked about this enough, so I will call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Mayor, because this particular exclusive LGBTQ artwork has not been supported by the residents I've spoken to, in fact, it's been almost universally not. And even though I may personally be in favor of this, because the Artesia art project that we put forward is for the residents, I can't vote yes on this, so I'm a no.
So it's so you're a no.
Yes, sir.
So 3-1, motion carries. I think we have students here tonight, is that right? If you could raise your hands. So would you guys mind taking a 5-minute break so we can sign off this?
8 minutes.
8 minutes?
Or,
Moved.
Second.
Okay. All for?
Aye.
Okay, we will take an 8-minute break, and students come forward. We'll sign off your I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller, absent. Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kaludjetovic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Parent.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, we're going back to the agenda at item N2. This is discussion and action, possible action regarding a draft resolution reaffirming the importance of local control of Redondo Beach waterfront and coastal resources in response to the National Park Service's request for city input. So with that, Jane, I guess you're going to handle this one. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Jane Chung with the City Manager's Office, and thank you, Mayor, for reading the draft resolution title. Today's discussion will be about the study itself, kind of a bit of a background. I'm getting ahead of myself. Here's the outline of the legislation that established the study, and then a brief overview of what city participation may look like, as well as a response, which one being the draft resolution. I'll go over the next steps as to what this would mean, and then conclude with staff's recommendation. So in terms of legislation, started with 2019, Congressman Ted Lieu had authored a bill which was passed, which is listed or identified there as the Santa Monica Mountains National Recreation Area Boundary Adjustment Study Act. This directed the National Park Service, or NPS, to study whether the Santa Monica Bay watershed should be added to that area or become a new recreation area. And the study area for the 2019 legislation is described, so from Venice Beach down to Torrance Beach, including the Bailoda wetlands, Bailoda Creek, Baldwin Hills, and San Pedro coastline. In 2023, Congress expanded the scope through the Consolidated Appropriations Act, which created the Los Angeles County Special Resources Study, which is of today's discussion topic, and then expanded the evaluation to include the larger segments of the LA County coastline and whether it meet criteria for inclusion in the national park system. In terms of what the study does, it looks to gather information on coastal resources, recreation, environmental conditions, and cultural assets. The National Park Service is assessing these areas as it relates to the 4 criteria that are listed there, and then as well as considering alternative management method models, whether it be the National Park Service management, a hybrid, or some alteration of that kind. To note, the study does not change local land use authority or impose new regulations, does not transfer a city property or automatically create a national park. Ultimately, the study or the National Park Service will present their final studies to Congress, at which Congress will make the action as to what they would do with the findings of that study. So in response to the legislation, the National Park Service did reach out to city staff and had asked for the city to provide input on a series of questions that are included in the staff report. The overall themes, which are listed here on the presentation slide, is related to the ownership and management of coastal properties, current use, interest in participating in historical significant analysis or a future national park unit analysis, concerns about historical interpretation or maintaining the physical appearance or historic features, and a willingness to donate or sell property. And of course, that would be voluntary only with the cities agreeing to it. As relates to our participation, as you all know, Redondo Beach waterfront is one of our most important public resources, and the city has longstanding administration over land use, operations, and planning. Our priorities as it relates to this area emphasizes local decision-making, equitable and safe coastal access, preservation of cultural and historical features, as well as enhancing recreational amenities. Participating in this study ensures that the city's values are represented in the federal study, and that we're able to align any outcomes with the values that we are prioritizing as it relates to community needs. So to reflect that, staff has presented or attached a draft resolution that reaffirms those values in the previous slide, as well as the importance of municipal management and control of waterfront and coastal resources, highlights the public value of the waterfront, our responsibility for operations, maintenance, and long-term planning, expresses our willingness to collaborate with regional, state, and federal partners, and then clarifies that local management and control must remain intact. So as it relates to next steps, staff is asking for direction and feedback as it relates to the draft resolution from City Council. The final resolution will be presented to you for approval at the next council meeting on May 19th. And then staff will submit that final resolution during the National Park Service public comment period, which actually has been extended to May 23rd. So this recommendation for tonight is for staff to provide direction on the draft resolution, and that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. So my understanding is from the staff report that the study group called the city and asked for city staff to participate.
Yeah, they reached out. We scheduled a meeting to try to get a better understanding of the genesis of the study and sort of what its implications might be. We had a good group discussion. I brought a few of our department heads with me, and we jumped on a Zoom and better, I think, understood the intent. In speaking with them, we felt like this would be the best way for us to memorialize the city's feedback or participation in the study. And rather than just present a resolution for approval, we thought it'd be important for you to provide some input, and then we'll bring it back as a consent calendar item on the 19th. So the draft is here. I know there's been a blue folder prepared by Councilmember Barrett with some suggested modifications. That's helpful. We're prepared to put that up on the screen and or talk about any other inputs you'd like to provide.
Okay, can you put up that list of topics they had for discussion? There. So they're not gathering right now like the historic significance, or are they?
They are.
They are if we're willing to provide it, yeah. And
are we providing it?
We have some references to that. In our meeting with them, we mentioned that the Tongvan Indian site at the AES property is a potential historic and cultural resource. We provided, we mentioned the Mondstadt Pier as having some background in the development of the LA Harbor, once being considered a location. So we mentioned some of our history, but not an overwhelming amount. I mean, there's certainly more opportunity for that, but
So you think the future will have more opportunity, because there's a lot that's historic about our waterfront.
Yeah,
you go through the wharfs. There's still some of the ruins underwater that divers go to. There's Moonstone Beach. There's all sorts of.
There are, and so the question
and all
is
the way to the Salt Lake. So
right. So the question is how much of that, and we mentioned the Salt Lake. How much of that do we want to capture in this resolution or through follow-up information?
Yeah, I'm not recommending that we include it in the resolution. That could be a book in and of itself. I'm just wondering how we give accurate input to them so it can reflect in their decision making.
If there's some follow-up direction on us, perhaps providing a list of those resources or historic features, we could do that. That's part of the reason we're here tonight.
Okay. Do you anticipate they'll be calling back for more after this, or is this it?
Well, I think this is the starting point for the input gathering phase. They've already extended the deadlines. I think they realized they were reaching out to us and needing to have more direct consultation to really gather data, which we're happy to oblige. I think there will be more conversations. My understanding is they're going to present kind of a draft result of the study to us later this kind of summer or fall. So we'll have a chance probably to provide comment on that. So I think there's going to be interaction over the next several months on this over time.
So would you mind if the council, at least some of the council, participates in any further questions or communications with them?
No, I don't think there's any problem with that, as long as we're capturing through the resolution what our corporate intent here is in what we're trying to communicate. So I think if that's clear.
I think it captures the broad, the broad concerns, but there's all sorts of, the history, like I said, you could produce a book. So.
Yeah, you could. And maybe we just hand them the book that has been produced.
Yeah. So, okay, I'm actually good with the response as written. The resolution is written with Councilmember Barrett's red lines in there. I don't think they were substantive changes, but I think they're good word choices. So That's what I support, and I will open it up to the rest of the council at this point. Councilmember Castle.
So I agree with you, Mayor, that the resolution with the modifications that Councilmember Barrett made, I think capture the city's position and our desire to, maintain city management of our waterfront. I think just given, over time, we've all heard about the input in the coastal zone from various state level agencies that have some decision-making power over the waterfront. Adding another layer at the federal level would only complicate things further. And again, I think because we are here every day and we understand what our waterfront needs, and I think that maintaining that over time is critical to our future.
Yeah. Okay, anyone else?
So
if somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we adopt the resolution as modified by Councilmember Barrett.
We'll just direct us to bring it back for formal approval on the 19th.
And bring it back for formal.
As modified.
As modified.
Yeah. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any member of the public? All one of you wish to address this item? Wow, we're getting 100% participation.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, Council Waker, resident of District 1. When I first saw this, I was kind of wondering, wow, this is kind of an interesting deal. Is this in preparation of a land grab or what? Because it certainly sounds like it. Mm-hmm. And I'm really concerned about the idea that this is proposed by a congressperson who, I don't know if this is the best idea. I'm thinking about national parks that we have currently in the United States, which are being taken away by the federal government. You heard about that Bears Ears Park in Utah, for example, which is a huge park. Well, guess what? The new administration took back a lot of it, and then it's been going back and forth. Look what's happening in national parks like Yosemite. Other parks up in the Sierra Nevadas are having equally great problems. I'm concerned. Granted, I think it's important to put our position out that, hey, we're the stewards. We should be maintaining it. That's good. But I think we need to be concerned about this because, like I said, we get an unfavorable administration that's unfavorable to California, which I think we all agree probably is in effect now. What if they decide to say, hey, you know what? that AES site would be great for, let's put a big tower there with a certain president's name on it. Do you think you want that there? Look what's happening right now in Washington. The renaming of all the golf courses and taking over on that. I'm concerned, and I think you should too. I agree we have to put our position out, but I don't think this is a good idea for something that historically we've been in control of for the last 100 years, and I think we've done a good job. I think we can continue to do a better job, and I'm not sure I'm not, again, this just pops up a whole bunch of red flags for me. And I think it does for anyone else here. So anyway, that's just my observations on it. I think you're doing what probably is the best thing now, putting why we need to keep it and what we are doing to make it an amenity for the whole community. Because we went through this whole thing with the CenterCal issue, Mayor Light, with they wanted to pretty much eliminate most of Seaside Lagoon. And I remember going to the Coast Commission presenting how many people who use Seaside Lagoon don't even live in Redondo Beach. They come from tens and 50 miles away sometimes to visit the area. I don't know if it kind of gets back to the issue I talked about earlier about local control. Can you imagine if Sacramento was running Redondo Beach? They already are trying to do that. This would be even worse. So anyway, let's just be cautious. Let's put out what we need to do to try to keep control of this, and just be aware that if something crazy happens, we should be prepared legally to defend it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone online? Okay. Let's see, any comments from the council before I call the vote? Okay, seeing none, all for?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes 4-0 with Councilmember Waller absent. Do you need to read the resolution? No, because we're just directing you to bring it back. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go down to item O, city manager items.
Just one this evening, Mayor. One shout out this time for the entire IT department. We received one of 8 national awards in the Tyler Excellence category known as Digital Services and Cloud Technologies. So Mike Cook, our director, brought the hardware home. It's quite an impressive obelisk. We'll see if we can display it somewhere without it perhaps falling and harming somebody. But no, good work by the IT department. It's a national award. You've got cities from all across the country that receive these annually, and our team's done a fantastic job.
So congrats. We need
migrating services
an
into the clouds.
cabinet in the
I know.
council
We got
lounge.
to get the hardware cabinet going here next. So anyway, that's it. That's the shout out tonight. Congrats,
And
IT.
I agree with the shout out earlier. I think you made it, Councilmember Kalajerovich, about the quick reaction to the schools debacle with their testing. And I personally got some calls and conversations with board members from the school that were very appreciative.
Yeah, I did as well, and I had the pleasure of discussing the budget with the Youth Commission the night of, I guess it was the first night of the AP exams, and we scrambled. Big thanks to, again, IT, Mike Klein's team, library, Dana, just get the place organized. We had, I think, roughly 200 students here spread throughout Civic Center. We had folks who were on various IEPs that needed special attention through the process. They were down in our IT training room. We had folks in conference rooms. We were responsive and very proud and happy to do so for the school.
Yeah.
So
okay,
that's it.
Okay, referrals to staff.
Nothing tonight.
Okay, Councilman Kalajerovich.
Nothing tonight.
Councilmember Obaji.
Nothing tonight.
Councilmember Barrett.
None.
And I have none, so.
Whoa, okay.
Yep.
Okay, with that, I will take, where am I here? A motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, all for?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries 4-0. The next meeting of the city council will be adjourned regular meeting at 4:30. That's closed session, and the regular open session at 6 p.m. on Tuesday, May 19th, right here in city council chambers. Thank you and have a good night.